Welcome. This is the Late Late Show with BT, where views with security and the law are being provided to you, the public. Well, we have some good news and some okay news. So, the good news is, well, it's not going to affect the show because we've been stopped broadcasting at the location, but we are relocating um, to a different area. And um, so it's, well, let me just say this. We're moving out of the residence that we've been in. It's been 2 years and there's been issues there that haven't gotten better, and you can, um, some might argue that it got worse. So we're moving, and we know that we're going through this trial right now, and it's just important when you're going through trials to have a supportive team, and I can't say that the management has that supportiveness. You don't want to be somewhere where the management sides is just like the trial that you're up against. So made the decision to vacate the premises. So this month is going to be the last month of that location. We're in the midst of talking with a fellow in Richmond on Rico about residence, about sharing residence. Still don't think that it would be the proper place to broadcast, just because this location is gotten used and comfortable with this location, but we'll see because it's in a totally different city. Um, so just gonna have to kind of weigh that out a little bit. Um, no additional updates with regards to anything at this particular time. And speaking of time, we will be reading from Ebony, September 2015, Vogue, February 2016, Shape, November 2015, Lily Claire, March 2016, People, July 27, 2016, Every Day with Rachel Ray, October 2015, and Women's Day, October 2015. Are the book being part three of Unknown Parts, um, because it goes on a show by show basis. But the book is Memoirs of a Geisha by Arthur Golden. Joy Bear is a zesty burrito. Mario Batali. If you shop with seasonality and locality in mind, you'll get more for your money and the best of what's available. Melissa Matthews Brown. Bonus. The company will send 100% of your money to Bright Pink, a nonprofit that supports education, prevention, and early detection of breast and ovarian cancers. Now the brand has launched Beauty Rounds, which immediately raises the bar for all others. One swipe is all you need for a brighter complexion, fuller smile, and the longest lashes ever. Brighten cheeks, skip the blush, and reach for a highlighter. Donna Duarte Ladd. The two chains on the Belize Me Gold and Turquoise layered necklace share a single clasp, which means you can do the layered pendant look without tangles. The bucket bag and asparagus fits the veil, plus the color is gorgeous. Declutter the coffee table. The Batham Living Hampton Lift top coffee table isn't just handsome, it's a workhorse in the living room. Boozy for chair. Try this new release reviewed by the Burnout Sisters Book Club of San Diego. And again, that's the Burnout Sisters Book Club. A bewitching cake. Jessica McGowan, the best news is that you probably already own a few. The light in traditional bulbs reacts with the cells in your eyes and tells your brain to stop producing melatonin, a hormone that your body makes to help regulate your sleep cycle, says Michael Bruce, PhD, a sleep specialist in Scottsdale, Arizona. That's why you should consider a filter light bulb, like the Definitely Digital Goodnight LED, for your bedside table. Any light sneaking through the curtains will make it more difficult to get to sleep, but the right mask can help you drift off. Popping melatonin can be helpful, particularly when you're trying to sleep at a time other than your normal bedtime, according to doctor. So if you're traveling from California to Ohio or New Jersey and want to go to bed at 11 p.m., take it at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Choose ones that are made of a breathable fabric like pecan synthetic blend and make sure they aren't too tight. That's possibly because the deer interferes with your sleep, in turn affecting appetite regulating hormones. Planning time away from bed to write down anything you're stressing about, like items you have to buy or errands you need to run, says doctor. Writing it down at the end of the day helps get the stressful thoughts out of your brain to make room for relaxation. Your digestive system will work overtime to break down these foods, keeping you up later. Plus, saturated fat may mess with the balance of bacteria in your gut, which could lower the production of serotonin, a hormone that relaxes the body, according to new research published in the journal Cell. How About Them Apples by Charles Gray Oskey. Scrape excess caramel off the bottom and roll in toppings. If using, transfer to the baking sheet. Treat bag. Janet Taylor McCracken. Next time you hit your local patch, haul home all those lumpy, bumpy, harvest-colored varieties of winter squash. Jeanette Donnarumma, culinary producer. In their turn back in season 1, Jeanette was scooped up by the food team. Tia Cannon. Tia worked in restaurant kitchens and taught cooking classes before turning to TV, but there's nothing quiet about the flavor of her food. Right now, your Facebook and Instagram feeds are likely a stream of harvest scenes, babysitting in pumpkin patches, kids racing through corn mazes, families sipping cider in the back of hay bale pack tractors. Donald Topman has owned the farm for 26 years and works it with 4 generations of his family. His 89-year-old father does the bookkeeping. As soon as the leaves turn each year, goes into a fall frenzy with a petting zoo, a trebuchet catapult that flings pumpkins hundreds of feet across the field, and yes, hay rides in a 6-acre corn maze. Take a bite out of life. Lisa Friedman. Set an eerily elegant table with 8-inch Halloween stoneware plates. Add a macabre touch where it's least expected, in the bathroom, with a fabric Victorian zombies cameo shower curtain. I like to use things that can be used all year round and not just seasonal. So they call them Halloween stoneware plates, but they have owls on them and black cats and spiders, which, if you're a cat person or a bat person, you're just a cat person or a bat person. Nicole Whitcock. In the Nestle Boo Bag, a combination of classic candy bars have the same familiar taste, but no artificial flavors or colors. Erica Clark. It's faster and cheaper to crack open a jar, but the jarred stuff is often grainy and some brands are overly sweetened with high fructose corn syrup. DIY applesauce takes some time to make, but the recipe, see above, couldn't be easier. Nicole Woodcock. We taste tested our way through nearly 100 new products so you can bag the best of the bunch. Lisa Friedman. It's a baseball cap minus the brim. with real popcorn glued on. Like it actually looks like popcorn that they just poured on your head, but it's a baseball cap shaped that way with popcorn on the cap. Lisa Friedman. The best peppermints are easy to load, let you control the coarseness, and look great on your counter. Every day with Rachel Ray's Tax Kitchen Pros, ground up tons of peppercorns to find the best grinders. Grab the stainless steel pump and grind with your clean hand and push the button with your thumb for a quick sprinkle of pepper. Nicole Whitco. Three kitchen savvy players from Breach's favorite team share what they be making and devouring if they can watch the game from the sofa instead of the football field. At the table, you can't go wrong with ribs. At the table, my go-to game day dish is these turkey and jack Hawaiian rolls. At the table, my mom's fried chicken is a favorite in my house. The recipe has been in my family for a long time. All Oxyphyte's tough grass stains better than the bleeding value detergent. Editor Virginia Smith. 17th century inspired spring collection was unusually sweet, an Anglo fairy tale told by pretty English roses clad in soft ruffled lace. Christine Lennon. German dermatologist MD is looking for a butterfly needle to stick into my forearm, and I'm smiling. A pioneer of molecular cosmetics which uses the body's own proteins to enhance skin functionality is something of a biotech demigod among her coterie of celebrity clients. Welcome to the new frontier of beauty, where highly customized high-tech products and treatments use algorithm-driven web apps and a patient's own platelets or DNA to diagnose and address her individual skincare needs. As I tapped its smooth, rich, and completely non-greasy texture on my crow's feet, I tried to imagine what it felt like to not care at all about its quadruple-digit price tag, just like one of the celebrities whom I managed to bump from the schedule. The packaging is slightly down market, which I'll admit matters to me, and I was similarly unimpressed by the consistency, which felt a little inelegant. My confidence was boosted by the knowledge that I had a second-line UV defense, but I can't say that my sunspots abated at all. But that might change, and soon. Its objective is not to swab your saliva or decode the blueprint to your fine lines and pigmentation. My skin is looking brighter and more even toned, and there is a certain satisfaction in knowing that I've successfully avoided the LA freeway in the pharmacy while still managing to obtain a prescription-grade skincare regimen. Whether all this self-splitting and genetic soothsaying will make me look 35 instead of 45 remains to be seen. Celebrate the 400-year legacy of the bar with romantic inclinations and much ado about period prettiness. 9 years after the debut of David Harrow's Blackbird, and Michelle Williams brings its unsettling seduction to Broadway. John Powers. She was cast as the seer in Atlantis and will be an artificial being in Morgan, a film by Ridley Scott's son Luke. Nowhere does her magical aura shine more brightly than in Robert Eggers' The Witch, the slow-burn Sundance hit set in 17th century New England, in which she plays a teen pulled between Puritan parents and sinister going-ons in the woods. Could she be the witch of the title? Benjamin Clementine. Mark Guiducci. Born to Ghanaian parents and raised in a working-class London suburb of Edmonton, Clementine taught himself classical piano by ear while still a boy. People on the street wishing me the best that kept me strong, he says of years living in poverty in Paris. No matter what side stage Clementine ends up playing, it will be the Rough Trade NYC this month and in New York. Expect him to do so barefoot. Jennifer Conrad. In addition to bamboo and clothes soaking tubs, the luxurious abodes come with direct access to the coral reef, while new bar mixes run punches to go along with the island fare like jerk chicken and pepper shrimp. Beauty and health between the lines. Talking pack. Extreme beauty. The best bra for everything. Jennifer Miller. I've always loved to eat, but my priorities have changed. says 27, grew up watching cooking shows, but now doesn't like to set foot in the grocery store unless she be tempted by cookies and crackers. We also don't want to be too emotionally invested in food because if we do, we might overeat or consume the wrong things like bread and cupcakes. Consequently, meals are no longer about the joy of savoring a delicious whole grain dish or a perfectly cooked piece of fish, but of perfunctory, I'm hungry, so let me eat something quick, easy, and healthy and get back to concentrating on the zillion other things I need to do. We are so concerned about consuming what's good for us, food that will make us healthy, energized, and productive enough to power through our jam-packed days, and so fearful that we allow ourselves to indulge in something bad. We'll lose all control and take in thousands of excess calories that we don't think much about loving each bite. Not to mention the fact that we miss out on the bliss that a delicious meal lingered over and shared with loved ones can bring. Ironically, we've never been more obsessed with food, thanks largely to social media and food TV shows, yet we're far too busy to savor it. 32% of people say they often have no choice but to eat on the go, and 21% say they almost never have time to stop and enjoy a meal, according to Technomic Consumer Trend Report Series. Almost half of all meals and snacks are now consumed solo, according to a survey. Leisurely dining has been almost completely tossed by the wayside. Today, the average American spends just a little more than an hour a day eating all three meals plus snacks, according to a recent survey from the Bureau of Labor Statistics on how we spend our time. Eating has become just another chore to speed through and cross off our to-do list, and we think that's fine, as long as we keep our food choices healthy and don't end up drowning our sorrows in a bottomless bowl of mac and cheese. We may be filling up our stomachs, but the part of us that yearns for a meaningful food experience is starving. You never see people in blue zones eating with one hand on the steering wheel, says the author of the Blue Zone Solution, Eating and Living Like the World's Healthiest People. That's because your brain isn't really registering how much you're taking in. Sit at a table and turn off any electronic devices in the room. That includes your phone every time you eat. I try to make dinner for my husband every night, says the author of an award-winning food blog. That special time for the two of us where we sit down at the table, experience the dish together, and have a real conversation. So I haven't had a home cooked meal in I don't know how long. Um, Going to a restaurant that serves Southern food is not my idea of home cooked meal. Home cooked meal is a meal that you can actually cook in your home. For me, it's the key to being happy and healthy. Loving yourself. You know, like RuPaul says, if you can't love yourself, how the heck you will love anybody else? Driven by their deep love of veggies, chefs are playing with a new way to make the nutritious goodies shine by whipping them into creamy sauces and dressings. People think intervals have to be a sprint to save your life pace, but that's not true. Says a good heart-pounding effort will do fine. The best inspiring new gear. Hit the bar in the day's errands in a cutout tank and cool motor leggings. Erica Master. Just as they do in our diets, oils play an important role in healthy beauty. This is a case where one oil won't do it all. A blend will work much better to balance your complexion. How it works. When skin doesn't have a good lipid layer as a barrier to outside elements, it can get irritated easily, doctor says. Eating primrose oil helps build that layer. Our pick, the Body Shop Oils of Life Intensely Revitalizing Facial Oil, a blend of rose hip seed oil, black cumin seeds, and camellia seed oil. This mix provides fatty acids and omegas 3 and 6, which help skin cells regenerate, says Jennifer Hurd, a beauty botanist for the Body Shop. It also has the capacity to break down sebum, so it prevents pores from getting clogged. The Better Boyfriend. Holding the bottle by an arm's length spritz, a fine mist on damp hair from mid-shaft to ends. Beauty right now, like the Better Boyfriend, it just had to go in between that Erica mixture. Beauty right now. Words to live by. So we had a somewhat of a puzzler and a few questions in it. Madonna's birth sign, which is something that we could quickly look up. Madonna's birth sign. and it goes across 11. Well, it has to be Leo because it's only 3 letters. And I think Leo is the only sign that has 3 letters. Maybe, maybe not. 32, if you blank me to Vaseline Beyond. 32 across has 5 letters. If you 5 letters, me too. 24, cheaper by the dozen with Bonnie and 18 across. 24 going down, 4 letters. And last one, you choose blank, better than the real thing, 4 letters. Patrick Gomez, I needed a moment to breathe. Having her on one show, they were like, stay in the box, we created for you. I realized there had been a plan for me since I was a baby. There was a bucket list that I didn't create, but I just kept checking things off. So I added, I want to be the youngest person in the world to retire. That brief retirement coincided with a difficult time for Simone. In 2012, the fiercely private star was forced to publicly address her sexual orientation when a tabloid published that she was living with girlfriend. I don't want to be dying and go, I forgot to do this. Rather than gay, Simone prefers to be labeled a human who loves humans and calls actress as Marie Livingston, 28, her partner. But I do believe they're not together at this time. The newest obsession for the beauty obsessed, meaning here I am doing the biggest thing in my life and it's really exciting. How Patrick Dempsey's fame and Can't Buy Me Love went on to a troubled life and tragic death. Kim Hubbard. Lee's writing is comforting and familiar, and 26-year-old is as much of a spitfire as her young counterpart, stirring up small-town trouble by swimming with a man at night and insisting marriage isn't for her. Do you want Negroes by the carload in our schools and churches and theaters? On its own, it's a deftly written tale about 1950s bigotry and a young woman coping with the revelation that her father is not the hero she thought he was. The Breakfast Bar. Jessica Fletcher. It means you share the deal. Jennifer Garner. They just want them to be okay. Staying in a guest house on Garner's rental property on a 4-day visit before Comic Con and plans to be there with them as much as he can, says a source close to the couple. John Stamos. John Stamos is set for a ban in 2015. There have been signs of his alcohol use in the past. He was arrested for a DUI on June 12th and has admitted he was plastered during a 2007 talk show appearance. But if something was going on behind the scenes, he never let it show at work, says an insider who recently worked with Stamos. And even though a pal admits Stamos is lonely, the source says he focused on the big year ahead of him. Patrick Gomez. Jessica Alba in a Tory Burch dress and sandals, of course. Derek Huff, if you try to be cool, if you worry about being embarrassed, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. A question from George. But aren't people more attracted to the beat than the lyrics, the message? I would say that you're more attracted to the beat versus the lyric or the message. Sometimes sometimes things get to you in stages, and sometimes it's the beat first that, you need to listen and hear and comprehend what's going on with the beat. And, the art has to graduate from that to get to having the lyrics or the message heard. Mimi Plange. One's hair has set, gently brushed, and finished with hairspray. The betrayal was a blow, but you may want to rethink breaking up with your mate because of one unfaithful act. Remember, there is something even bigger than the jolt of heat brought on by the object of your affection, compatibility. From play to bed. Tiffany Walden. If your little one has a trait, a blood test will provide confirmation. Keep him or her hydrated and ensure the child avoids strenuous activity without taking a breather. And a new study by Nicole Ravina, PhD of the Econ School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, New York City, pizza led the pack of the most addictive foods, leaving the cucumber and no dip combo at the bottom of the list. If you're looking to break your cravings, try water-only therapeutic fasting with medical supervision, or simply staying away from the dish for 3 weeks. Although it is unclear how long-lasting such effects can be, it appears that other people's bigoted comments can influence even our more implicit, unconscious prejudice toward a group, says researcher. Tiffany Walden. His real enemy, however, came from within, prostate cancer, which African American males are 60% more likely to be stricken with than white ones. Now that survivors helping others beat the disease. I spent 5 seasons as a Chicago Bears defensive back, tackling the mightiest of men without any major injuries. Considering my family history, I vowed to be proactive. After my surgery, I began to share my story with others, first through the Chicago Bears organization, and later via the nonprofit organization Your Prostate Your Decision. There's been some progress since the legislation has passed. The creation of an 81 gene classifier that allows tumor cells and tumor DNA to be isolated from blood samples and monitored over time, foregoing the invasive biopsies previously done. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. Beauty and grooming awards. Best toothpaste, best toothbrush. I keep it simple. I go to the dollar store for both. Beauty and grooming. Lancome Blush Subtle Cream, which runs for about $24. Erica and Goodman. Yes, it may be a tad ostentatious, but all gents need a signature bold overcoat to help quell the big chill of the horizon. Pair with rugged boots or even a robe to make the trend a bit more accessible. What I love about this collaboration is that we begin to see different facets of beauty in all its complexity and diversity. Between the World and Me, the national correspondent at Atlanta Magazine is also the author of 2008 memoir, The Beautiful Stuff. Erica and Goodman. My J-Band skinny jeans because they fit me like a glove, which no small feet or 5'3" girls curves. First the Bible, then my husband's book, Produced by Faith. Every time I look at a picture of her, I'm touched by the stories in her eyes. What are your beauty essentials? And I can't live without Bliss's triple oxygen instant energizing mask. Bringing the drama. She was recently pegged as the headliner for The Best of Enemies, which is being produced by Empire co-creator. Heather Stigman. I fell in love with her independence, work ethic, talent, beauty, fierceness, and mothering her girls. I could go on and on. In the bag. The print on this new leather clutch was personally created from a sketchbook kept by 2 members of the brand's Paris design team. The next big thing, fashion, beauty, tech, culture, work, wellness. Want to know more? Email next big thing at hers.com. Natural beauty. Lauren Brown of Southfield, Connecticut, will win a beauty bag for her positive perspective on beauty. I consider myself a person who sees beauty in our differences. I am a white mother to a biracial daughter, and Paris's article on where her hair naturally hit home. I hope that our view of beauty continues to expand. Bite into delicious color. Behind the cover fashion. The How to Be Single star is a natural entertainer at her New York shoot. Gucci creative director transports the house to beautiful new places. In order to get the models moving in the spring swim commercial, we hired the best choreographer in the business, Chris Camp. Holding the Bag. By the Numbers takes on the trend with his latest timepiece dubbed the Boy Friend. The Beauty Innovator. So you can, for investors, turn big ideas into big business so you can quit your day job. Lauren Melion, founder and CEO of LMB Group. Lauren Melion. I like to know you have a fallback plan. It's how you stay committed to the business. I take conference calls from the beach. In an emotional video and portrait series, 6 women from across the country open up about how mass shootings have drastically changed their lives by taking their sisters, daughters, and mothers all too soon. Jessica Pickles. The numbers behind the guns. People won't go to Oscars parties because they're tired of straining their ears to hear acceptance speeches. You shouldn't be sober enough to operate a spreadsheet by the end of the night. Behind the pages family drama. Devin Finley. If you're looking for a refreshing cocktail and some bites to pair with, stop by the rooftop at the vendor. Update your spring wardrobe at V2V Charleston, a cute boutique where you can shop brands like Vince Camuto and Free. Upper King Street between Spring and Calhoun is the best to be on a Saturday night. For a guaranteed good time, pop into the Republic Garden and Lounge. Andrea Serrano, I believe that beauty comes within, but a healthy bronze glow never hurts. That's what makeup artists seem to be thinking. Beauty Guru report. Rejoice, this season pretty much anything goes from bare faces and ponytails to blue eyeshadow and blackberry lips. Jennifer Goldstein. For an athletic hairstyle, copy the 70s era brushed out waves spotted on or twist small sections at your temples and secure them at the back of your hair with a clear elastic, just as stylists did in Altazor. The crop haircuts of breakout models are the most obvious complement to a nearby naked face. For those with longer hair, could do a twisted ponytail or the rockabilly slick size thing. Monica Corcoran Carroll came home with a bottom rung and a cold sore. There are lots of factors that make your skin freak out when you travel, but stress probably does the most damage. The problem starts long before you encounter TSA agent. In a recent study published in Harvard Business Review, 74% of people surveyed said the most stressful part of travel is figuring out the details, what to pack, which seats to book, etc. All that studying, building tension causes your body to relax more of the hormone cortisol, which primes your skin for trouble, making it more vulnerable to breakouts, hives, even wrinkles. Buddha suggests a hot yoga class day before traveling to detoxify and de-stress. The Harvard Business Bureau highlighted results showing that finalizing clients at least a month before you depart can cut down on angst too. If you saw my suitcase, you would think I'm a crazy person. A global makeup artist for the brand who stocks individual beauty products bad to remedy any effect a destination might have on her skin. Turns out I may be the only woman whose pre-takeout beauty regimen consists of styling on Balmer Regenerating Serum from her tester at the beauty food shop. Los Angeles-based costume designer does an SK-II facial treatment mask to hydrate the night before a flight and rubs vitamin E from head to toe before she leaves for the airport. I don't want to see my bare skin a horrible fluorescent light in the airplane bathroom, says Bryant. I also put makeup on the plane because they say it protects skin from bacteria and free radicals. But both insist that if you fly longer than 5 hours, you need to remove all of it at least once before you're on board to refresh the skin. Get up frequently to keep the blood flowing and consider an eye cream infused with microcirculation boosting caffeine, like Clinique's Pep Start. Between the time difference dry air on the plane and lack of sleep, my skin just loses its glow, says model turned clothing designer who applies gentle micro-refining treatment mask as soon as she arrives at a hotel. They were so careful by their products and makeup that the only variable was the fact that they were bathing with different water. Who took water samples from 22 major cities and found significant differences in amounts of metals and calcium, which are known to be responsible for skin ailments and dryness. Jennifer Goldstein. Speaking to a room of beauty executives this past October, a vice president at Macy's predicted the eventual disappearance of separate men's and women's fragrance counters at department stores. Even mega brand Calvin Klein is launching a scent CK2 that's been dubbed ginger-free, not unisex, but more on that later. A psychologist and neuroscientist at Brown University who studies the sense of smell has a surprising answer. They don't, at least not when they're warmer. If you took 20 babies, one boy, one girl, and exposed them to a soft floral perfume and a bracing aromatic cologne, their responses to both will be the same. Things didn't change much until the rise of the European middle class in the late 1800s, when fragrance seemed to be seen as frivolous. In the book, aroma anthropologist and her co-authors noted that it was around this time that scents like rose and jasmine became associated with the sweeter, more flowery half of society, back then in women. It's possible these trends developed based on cultural associations. Men spending more time in places scented with leather and tobacco, for example, but we can't say for sure. By the time the commercial fragrance industry exploded post-World War II, gender distinctions were in place, and marketing just reinforced them. When we came along and said all she wore there was Chanel No. 5, perfume became connected to sexuality and glamour, which really changed things, she says. Of course, throughout the 20th century and early aughts, there were also stylish women who loved men's colognes, but they weren't the norm until recently. A lot of new fragrances have these rich and scented woody notes inspired by the Middle East, where fragrances are genderless, she explains. But the breakdown of the perfume sex barrier can wholly be attributed to Middle Eastern influences. Picture an actor wearing a skirt in Louis Vuitton's Spring Women's Wear campaign, or female singers who pencils on a mustache and bushy eyebrows to go with her lipstick and blush. The most gender aesthetic of fashion labels also comes to mind. And it takes top billing and Orison Sandalwood from Joe Malone, a unique set line that designed to be more layered. Yeah, another Middle Eastern fragrance custom, by the way. The perfumers behind these creations may not realize, but their use of saffron is a perfect example of history repeating itself. In medieval Muslim societies, Mohammedan, a classical Arabic term used to describe people without a clear gender identity, often adorned their bodies with a scented paste made of saffron. For one, it isn't surprised by the coincidence. With fragrance trends, nothing is 100% original. It's all an evolution. This season's wet look extends beyond the pool. The biggest moments in superheroine history. Andrea Bartz. In God, the irony, vacations are supposed to be the ticket to happiness. People are often pleased when they find out someone else has a nicer TV, but they're less likely to make those type of comparisons when contemplating, say, a trip or a concert. PhD, a social psychologist who researches money and happiness. Witnessed me after my birthday party. I woke up in a huge smile. I woke up with a huge smile on my face, put her all the fun I had until I checked instant and saw that my friend's boyfriend had taken her on a helicopter ride for her birthday. Most people, even avid social media updaters, don't book ocean-free rooms or buy tickets to Hamilton simply to brag. In fact, another research has found that some following your friends on Instagram with social with fewer depressive symptoms is tracking strangers who will never give you the full, sometimes imperfect story behind the photo that's linked to depression. Beauty Workbook. Eric Francis Coppolino, you don't need a reason for a rationalization or to believe in yourself. Recognize that you don't need to try to be original, you already are. You might call this the year of the brilliant idea and express yourself any way you know how. Being beneficial to the world, your community, the people you care about, and beyond is the antidote to the self-serving habits that dominate our time. You're likely to be faced with something you've desired for a long time. If you bring the commitment and the ideas, it's likely that others will bring the resources. This may turn out to be one of the most creative moments of your life, providing a door to many new possibilities. Resist the urge to build and indicate Resist the urge to be bold and outgoing if you don't want to be. This approach will aid in the overdue inner healing process. Under the circumstances, it's best to work with one clear idea that puts everything else into perspective. What might that be? So I do agree with that it's best to work with one clear idea, and it's that clear idea that puts everything into perspective, and to ask yourself, what exactly is that idea? What idea that I have that is clear? Find the blend you need for the hat you love. Find the blend you need for the hair you love. So we're now going into the book, which is Memoirs of Geisha by Arthur Golden. And I do believe that we stopped at chapter 16. So I'm going to take a quick breather. So we're at chapter 16 in Memoirs of a Geisha. I watched it for the movie for the first time, and I haven't really stopped to do any comparison, really with the book and the movie. I did mention that there was a part in the movie when Hatsumomo got caught with with Koichi, and they had held her arms down, and the lady had smacked her. So that part didn't go that deep in the book. Well, in this version, that was a standout to me. And then the way that it came on in the movie, um, when they when they left in the book, in this version, it reads as if um, she wanted to be adopted before she knew, like, she didn't know what that meant to leave her parents and what would happen next, but it was that she wanted to be adopted. She mentioned that she wanted to be adopted, even though things got turned, in a way she had to refocus her life in a way that it could be bearable and attractive to even to her. So those were a couple of changes that, a couple of differences that stood out. An old tugboat was puffing its way beneath the bridge. I thought Maria was just concerned about the black fumes, but after a moment she turned to me with an expression I couldn't quite understand. It may seem strange that such an award existed, but there is a very good reason. It was a sad picture, and I was pleased to learn that Pumpkin was doing better than that. But at the same time, I felt anxiety prickling at my stomach. Pumpkin now seemed to be one of the most popular apprentices in Giant, while I remained one of the most obscure. And I began to wonder what it might mean for my future. The world around me honestly seemed to grow dark. The most astonishing thing about Pumpkin's success, as I stood there on the bridge thinking about it, was that she managed to surpass an exquisite young girl named Rhea, who'd won the award the past several months. Hatsumoma had certainly pushed her from the very day of her debut, so much that she began to lose weight lately and hardly looked like herself. You ought to be rejoicing. The geisha's fees were based on how many sticks and incense had burned by the time she left. The cost of one ohana has always been fixed by the giant registry office. Considering all the work that flows into Giant, she's nothing more than an insect picking at the carcass, compared with Hatsumomo or Mamiya, who are magnificent lionesses feasting at the kill, not only because they have engagements all night long every night, but because they charge a good deal more as well. To begin with, a popular geisha in Giant is welcome at nearly any party, and will drop in on many of them for only 5 minutes. They know that the next time they visit Giant, she'll probably join them at the table for a while to give them the pleasure of her company. Her role is to build relationships. If Pumpkin stayed at a party only 5 minutes, the host was feel the same as if she stayed a full hour. Probably the men didn't mind that Hatsuma brought her younger sister for only a brief visit one night or even two, but after a while they must have begun to wonder why she was too busy to stay longer, and why her younger sister didn't remain behind as she was expected to do. I felt as the waves of the ocean must feel when clouds have blocked the warmth of the sun. You're lucky to have met the Baron. I may not have found a way around Hatsumoma just yet, but to tell the truth, anything I say to you could get back to her. Can you really imagine I run back to the key and tell anything to Hatsumoma? Our maid was about to roll the door shut, but he said to me, "I'm sorry to trouble you, miss, but would you mind throwing this away for me?" She just gave a wave of her hand and crawled beneath the blanket to go to sleep. Two friends in Giant might trade kimono for a night or two, but it's rare for an older geisha to show such kindness to a young girl. And in fact, Mamiya was going to a great deal of trouble on my behalf. She no longer wore these long sleeve robes herself and had to retrieve them from storage, often when she expected to be repaid somehow. The waterfall was split by brown cliffs, with knotted driftwood at the base and bordered in lacquer threads. I didn't realize it, but the road was well known in Giant. People who saw it probably found Mamiya at once. I tucked the chairman's handkerchief, which I had brought from Nokia as I often did, inside my obi and stood before the mirror gaping at myself. Already it was amazing to me that Mamiya had arranged for me to look so beautiful, but to top it off, when she returned to her apartment, she herself changed into a fairly plain kimono. After she said this, she gave me a look as if to say she would be terribly disappointed in me if I didn't. The building no longer stands today, but at the time it fit with the western structures around it, about like a shriveled old man in kimono fits the group of businessmen. The huge doors on one side were so badly warped they bulged against the iron rods fastened across them. As I made my way up the stone steps into the building, I spotted two geishas strolling across the gravel courtyard and bowed to them. But if Mamiya was a concern, I could think of no reason why I ought to be. Mamiya led me down to a tier in the front where we removed our shoes and began to walk across in our split-toed socks on a little margin of wood. At some time in his life he had suffered terrible burns. His whole appearance was so tragic looking. I couldn't imagine the agony he went. Already I was feeling strange running to Corn. Now I began to worry that when I met Nobu, I might make a fool of myself without quite understanding why. He was talking with someone in another box so that I could see only the back of his head. But still I owed it to myself not to be kind to him, not to pour his sake into his cup if I could spill it on his leg instead. I would smile at him as I was obliged to smile, but it would be the smile I had so often seen on Hatsumomo's face. And then I would say, "Oh, Mr. Tanaka, the strong odor of fish. It makes me so homesick to sit here beside you." Though in truth, as I looked at him, for by now we nearly reached the box in which he sat, he did look distinguished, more distinguished than I could ever have imagined. Mamiya was just arriving, lowering herself to her knees to bow. And suddenly everything around me seemed to grow quiet, as if he were the wind that blew, and I were just a cloud carried upon it. Though of course the notes had changed a bit over time, which is to say that I expected his forehead to be higher and his gray hair not so thick. While Mamiya was greeting the two men, I stood behind, awaiting my turn to bow. When Mamiya took her place and began to smooth her kimono over her knees, I saw that the chairman was looking at me with what I took to be curiosity. My feet actually went cold from all the blood that came rushing into my face. But I never imagined for a moment that Iwamuro Ken might be the man I meet on the banks of the Shirakawa stream, where I lowered myself to my knees and bowed to them, saying all the usual things about begging their indulgence and so forth. And I was done when to kneel in the space between them. When Mia began talking to him, I picked up a small teapot and held my sleeve out of the way to pull. It seemed to me she stopped talking because the chairman was watching my arm instead of listening to her. If there had been a single drop of tea in the pot, Sayuri would have gotten it out. Now, Mia, he said, if you're trying to get me into trouble with Noble. In a moment, we could hear hinges creaking and saw the second door straining its way around in an arc, pushed by two of the wrestlers. Noble had his head turned away from me. I couldn't resist peering at the terrible burns on the side of his face and his neck and at his ear, which was misshapen. But as it was, his terrible injuries made the story of his success that much more remarkable, so the two were often mentioned together. On the way back to the spot where their horses were tied up, the members of the patrol came under attack. Noble laid himself over the commanding officer in an effort to save him, but the old man took this badly and tried to climb out. Noble tried to push him back down, but the shell struck, killing the commanding officer and injuring Noble severely. In Noble's case, many people felt his arm to be the least of his problems because his skin was like an enormous wound. When the huge doors were closed, I turned back to the chairman to answer his question. As an apprentice, I was free to sit as quietly as an arrangement of flowers if I wanted to, but I was determined not to let this opportunity pass. If you want to know what's going on, said Noble, you better talk to me. But all the names with Mummy turned out to be inauspicious for me, according to the fortune teller. I was beginning to wonder if his next comment would be something like, what an ugly younger sister you take it on, Mumia, or some such thing. But to my relief, he said, here's a case where the name and the girl go together. When I wondered what had happened to him, I couldn't stop that terrible feeling of happiness. By now, the wrestlers had all entered the building and stood around the base of the mound. Later, as they made their way out of the hall again so the wrestlers of the opposing side could begin their procession, Noble said to me, the first wrestler to be shoved outside it or to touch the mound with anything but his feet is the loser. I had no reason to doubt him, but if Mamiya ever took half as much time entering a party as these Yokozuna took entering the ring, she'd certainly never be invited back. The second of the two was short and had a most remarkable face, not at all flabby, but chiseled like stone, and with a jaw that made me think of the square front end of a fishing boat. Just before the bouts were ready to begin, the announcer listed the winner's prize. When the first wrestlers entered the ring, I expected the bout to begin right away. But then I saw it wasn't corn at all. It was Hatsumama. I didn't mind her making a fool of me in front of a crowd if it had to happen, but I couldn't bear the thought of looking like a fool in front of the chairman. I felt such a hotness in my throat I could hardly even pretend to listen when they began telling me something about the two wrestlers climbing onto the mound. You ought to feel flattered, really, considering that Hatsumama goes to so much trouble just to torment you. I can't bear to have her make a fool of me here in front of, well, in front of all these people. We crossed the courtyard and were just about to climb the steps into the building where the toilets were housed, but Mamiya led me some distance down a covered passageway instead. Nobu-san has been talking to you about sumo for much of the afternoon, she went on. I couldn't interrupt, so I pretended to be absorbed in watching the wrestlers in the mound prepare for their bout. Soon Noble turned back to me and said, "These bouts have been tedious, but the wrestling I've seen already has been so impressive. And the things President Noble has been kind enough to tell me have been so interesting. I can hardly imagine we haven't seen the best already. Now, one of these wrestlers deserves to be in the same ring as Miya Guyama." She was chatting with Awaji only and didn't appear to be looking at me. I know this may sound a very foolish thing to ask, I said, but how can a wrestler as small as Miya Guyama be the greatest? I felt ridiculous, pretending to be absorbed by something so trivial, but no one who saw us would have known that we weren't talking about the deepest secrets of our souls. Miya Guyama only looks small because others are so much fatter, Nobu said. We must have looked like the best of friends to Hatsumon before I saw her clapping her hands in delight. Like a ball tossed in the air that seems to hang motionless before it falls, I felt myself suspended in a state of quiet timelessness. As I glanced around the hall, I saw only the beat of its giant wooden timbers and smelled the aroma of the sweet rice cakes. I tried to imagine it was the chairman who had spoken to me so abruptly, and in a moment my lip was trembling. I'm sure he intended to say something further, but at that moment, Miyagiyami came into the hall and the crowd began to roar. His jaws were so enormous that his head was shaped like a mountain, and from anger his face had begun to turn red. In an instant he swiveled out of the way like a swinging door, and his hand came down to the back of Sayo's neck. Later, on our way back to Guyana, Mamiya turned to me excitedly in the rickshaw. Hatsumoma doesn't even know it, but she's just been thrown off balance herself. He may just prove to be a rescuer. If I was to have a rescuer, I wanted to be the chairman and no one else. Now that I knew the identity of the chairman, I began that very night to read every discarded news magazine I could find in the hopes of learning more about him. Still, I went on picking up every magazine I found poking out of a trash basket until one day I came upon a stack of old papers tied in a bundle behind one of the tea houses. But the chairman and Nobu, because of their celebrated partnership, were much better known than the chiefs of much larger companies. He was given the task of overseeing the work done by the new Iramura Electric Company. Nearly all the articles showed the same photograph of them, with the chairman in a stylish three-piece suit of heavy wool, holding in his hand the ceramic two-bulb socket that had been the company's first product. By this time, I'd grown accustomed to the priceless kimono ensembles that Mamiya's maid usually laid out for me. When I arrived, it began changing into an autumn weight silk of scarlet and yellow, which showed leaves scattered in a field of golden grasses. I was taken aback to find a tear in the back of the gown, large enough to put my fingers through. It needs to be repaired, is all. It was worth all her trouble getting there, she said, just to see you making big eyes as Mr. Lizard. I began to feel sick inside when I heard this, even as I tried to seem pleased with what she said, because you see, a man would never have an intimate relationship with a geisha if he was been the mistress of a close associate. One afternoon in the bathhouse, not many months earlier, I listened as a young woman tried to console another geisha who just learned that her new Donna would be the business partner of the man she dreamed about. You'll be very fortunate ever to become a geisha with sufficient status for a man like Nobu to consider proposing himself as your Donna. Since finding him again at the Sumo exhibition, I began to think of all the possibilities life presented to me. It would be terrible to leave the poor girl bleeding. I asked in alarm, but the maid only looked at me with a sigh and led us up the stairs to a crowded little hallway on the second floor. They all looked at me wearily, except for the cook, who draped the towel over her shoulder and began to whet a knife with the sword used to chop the heads off fish. I felt like a slab or two on the grocer had just delivered because I could see now that I was the one who was going to do the bleeding. I felt myself beginning to panic, but fortunately Romeo spoke up. Sayuri, please turn around and show Kazuko the hole in the back of her kimono, Romeo said to me. When I had done as she went on. Now, Kazuko-san, how will we explain this tear in the back of her kimono if the cut is on her neck and not her leg? Mamiya sent one of the young maids to fetch a red pigment stick of the sort used for shading the lips, and then put it through the hole in my kimono and swiftly rubbed the mark high up on the back of my thigh. If you slow us down any further, I'm going to be very angry. Remember that if the cut needs to be deeper, you can always do it again, Mamiya said. When you're asked how you cut your leg, the answer is you were trying to go to the bathroom in kimono, and you fell into something sharp. Mamiya walked beside me, tugging my robe this way and that to be sure I still looked attractive. Finally, a nurse showed us down a long hallway to a dusty room with a wooden table and a plain floating screen blocking the windows. When he closed the door, he turned the handle first so the latch wouldn't make noise, and then gave an extra press on the door to be sure it was shut. I'm so sorry to trouble you, doctor. It's on the back of her thigh. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to ask that she lie on her stomach on the examination table? I couldn't understand why Dr. Grubb didn't ask me herself, but to seem obedient, I waited until I heard the words from Mamiya. I took a deep, exaggerated breath, still doing my best to seem as weak as possible. Well, I'm rather embarrassed, I began, but the truth is that I was drinking a good deal of tea this afternoon. Drinking excessive amounts of tea can lead to a strong urge to relieve the body, the doctor said. And in fact, well, strong urge is an understatement because I was afraid that in another moment of everything would begin to look yellow to me, if you know what I mean. I just mean to say that I had to use the toilet very bad, so bad that when I finally reached it, well, I was struggling with my kimono and I must have lost my balance. All this time I've been lying on my stomach, holding my face up off the examination table for fear of smudging my makeup and talking while the doctor looked at the back of my head. Dr. Krebs said nothing more, but watched the cut as though he wanted to see how much he could make it hurt, and then afterward used more of the smelly liquid to remove the blood that had dried all down my leg. With this, he rolled my robe down and put away his glasses as though he might break them if he handled them too roughly. In the rickshaw on the way back to the Giant, Maria told me I'd done very well. I didn't see anything but the wooden table right in front of my face. Let's just say that while the doctor was cleaning the blood from your leg, his forehead was beaded with sweat as if we'd been in the heat of summer. You may either let us out here or finish crossing the bridge and then take us back over it again. I suppose she was so certain of her place in the world she couldn't imagine anyone being troubled by a little matter like her blocking traffic. At the end stood a bright red Shinto gate, miniature in size, pressed tightly between two houses. Beyond the gate we passed between several small pavilions to a flight of stone steps leading up to the trees in their brilliant fall coloring. I heard a swishing sound that reminded me of the tide washing the beach, but it turned out to be a man with his back to us, sweeping water from the top step of the broom, whose bristles were the color of chocolate. In one corner of his mouth was a giant mole like a piece of fruit, and his eyebrows were so bushy they looked like caterpillars that had crawled down out of his hair and gone to sleep there. But Mamiya just continued right up the stairs, and I followed her, though I was careful to stay behind so she would be the one struck by the broom. Mamiya seemed amused at this and waited until Uchida had left before leaning the broom against the tree. When Uchida's work goes badly, he gets into this terrible mood. I gave him a box to put his inks in, but he won't use it. I could see incense burning in the far corner, but it hadn't done any good yet because the smell of a dead mouse struck me with as much force as if someone had stuck clay up my nose. Fastened onto it with pins was a sketch of a woman from the back, looking to one side and holding an umbrella, except that a cat had evidently stepped in ink and walked across it, leaving perfectly formed paw prints. Oh, but the paw prints are lovely, said Maria. But in a moment I understood that she was trying to lance the bull, as she put it. But tell me, are you planning to throw the picture away? When Uchida heard this, he tore the picture from the board and said, "You like it, do you?" "I think it was the most beautiful thing you've ever produced." We watched him kick the room we had left, leaning against the tree, and then nearly slip and fall as he started down the wet steps. "Have you even bothered to look at her?" It was an act of desperation, I thought, but Uchida only flicked his eyes at me like a brush from a comb from a table. The afternoon light was already beginning to fade, so we both rose to leave. When we stepped outside, I couldn't help stopping a moment to take in the sunset, which painted the sky behind the distant hills in rust and pinks, and striking as the loveliest kimono. Even more so, because no matter how magnificent kimono is, your hands will never glow orange in its light. For the first time in ages, I could go to bed at night, believe me. I might not always draw as little and giant as a drop of tea spilled onto the mats. Some weeks passed without word from any of the men, and Mamiya and I began to worry. I listened to the sounds of muffled laughter, wondering if one of the voices was the chairman's, and when I opened the door and saw him there at the head of the table and noble with his back to me, well, I was so captivated by the chairman's smile, though it was really only the residue of laughter from a moment earlier, that I had to keep myself from smiling back at him. I must have knelt closer to him than I realized, however, because he immediately slammed his sake cup into the table in annoyance and shifted a little distance away from me. Noah made himself comfortable at the table, and then at once Hatsuma suggested in all almost maternal way that I go and pour him sake. She was so captivatingly beautiful that evening, as she always was. The young man at the end of the table did little more than smoke cigarettes and watch her. I had to wonder if men were so blinded by beauty that they would feel privileged to live their lives with an actual demon, so long as it was a beautiful demon. I had a sudden image in my mind of the chairman stepping up into the formal entrance hall of our Okiya late one night to meet Hatsumomo, holding a fedora in his hand and smiling down at me as he began to unbutton his overcoat. I didn't think he'd ever really be so entranced by her beauty as to overlook the traces of cruelty that would show themselves. I began by touching my fingertips to my neck or my hairstyle every so often in order to seem worried about my appearance. He was still holding my hair ornament by the spine, so that the flowers dangled down above the table, and made no effort to take the package from me when I offered it to him. The chairman, who was gazing wistfully at the ornamented box on the table, moved his lips, but no sound came out at first until he cleared his throat and then said with a strange sort of sadness, "Why, Nobu-san, I had no idea you were so sentimental." Hatsumoma rose from the table. I thought I'd succeeded in ridding myself of her, but to my surprise, she came around and knelt near me. I wasn't sure what to make of this until she removed the comb from the box and carefully inserted it into my hair just at the base of the large pin cushion-like bun. It goes without saying that men can be as distinct from each other as shrubs that bloom in different times of year. With me, it was very clear that we ought to wait until we heard from them, rather than finding some pretext for approaching them again. But at length she could bear the suspense no longer and went to check on Uchida one afternoon. It turned out that shortly after we visited him, his cat had been bitten by a badger. Within a few days, was dead from infection. Finally, when his mood seemed to be turning the corner, she dressed me in an ice blue kimono with multicolored ribbons embroidered at the hem, with only a touch of Western style makeup to accentuate the angles, as she put it, and sent me to him bearing a present of pearl white kitten that had cost her I don't know how much money. If you were to go around Japan and see the various works of Uchida produced while I modeled for him during the winter and the years that followed, such as one of his only surviving oil paintings hanging in the boardroom of the Sumitomo Bank in Osaka, you might imagine it was a glamorous experience to have posed for him. Mainly, I remember being thirsty because Uchida never once offered me anything to drink. Even when I took to drinking my own tea in a sealed jar, he moved it to the other side of the room so I wouldn't distract him. Guyana continued to be a bustling community even during the last years of the Depression, but the Shirey Tea House, which had never been important to begin with, had only withered further. During his early years, the Shirey was probably the best he could do. He was a quiet man, as I had discovered. He spent most of his time looking down the table through his little round glasses, and every so often slipped pieces of sashimi underneath his mustache in a way that made me think of a boy hiding something beneath the floor covering. I'm sure many a young girl has spoiled her prospects in life by refusing to do something expected of her, or by behaving badly toward an important man, or some such thing. But the mistake I made was so trivial, I wasn't even aware I'd done anything. It's the apprentice the doctor used to be so fond of. But tonight she excused herself the moment we entered and didn't even look up as she passed. Dr. Crowell was sitting with his back facing us, so we skipped the formality of bowing and went instead to join him at the table. He just twirled his glass of beer on the table to waste time, even though he was an efficient man and never wasted a moment if he could help it. Back at the table, she smoothed her kimono and then pinched her eyes closed in anger and said to me, "All right, Sayuri. The doctor certainly seems to have thrown you aside as though you're no better than an empty sack." For a long moment, she looked everywhere but at me, but she finally let out a sigh and knelt at the table again to tell me what I wanted to know. Do you know what is, but the doctor is interested in something else, and so is Noble. Do you know what is meant by the homeless ill? The cave is where the blood comes from every month, when the clouds pass over the moon, as we sometimes say. I was old enough to understand what Mamiya meant by the passage of clouds over the moon, because I have been experiencing it for a few years already. I really was afraid I might be dying until Auntie had found me washing out a bloody rag and explained that bleeding was just part of being a woman. You may not know this about eels, Mamiya went on, but they're quite territorial. When they find a cave they like, they wriggle around inside it for a while to be sure that, well, to be sure it's a nice cave, I suppose. And when they've made up their minds that it's comfortable, they mark the cave as their territory by spitting. As I later learned a year or two before I first come to Giant, Dr. Kleber paid a record amount for Mamiya's midrash, maybe 7,000 yen or 8,000 yen. Mamiya's midwife had been so costly partly because of her fame, but there was another reason, as she explained to me that afternoon. Two very wealthy men had bid against each other to be her midwife patron. With Hatsumomo chasing me around like a housewife chasing a cockroach, I certainly wasn't going to become famous where Mia had and end up with an expensive midwife as a result. But afterward, I could begin to see what a man like Dr. Crab wanted from all the time and money he spent in Giant. Bring two. I told her to go and sit down, that I would find the noodles and bring them to her. She was so tired she didn't even protest, but simply handed me the money and sat down on a bench by the Shirakawa stream. She seemed in such pain that the gentle nudge I gave her proved to be too much. And the worst part is she thinks I admire her and want to be just like her. If earlier she'd been an ice cube beginning to melt, now she was a puddle. But I don't want to go back to being a maid all my life, and that's just what would happen if Hot Mama has her way. Pumpkin thought this was funny, and we both began to laugh. We went twice before we finally found him. The moment she heard about the boyfriend, she began shaking her head in disgust. My guess, she said, is that we have a few months before the adoption occurs. We call them akubo because they have a dimple in the top with a tiny red circle in the center. Some people think they look very suggestive. I've always thought they look like tiny pillows, softly dented as if a woman had slept on them, and smudged red in the center from her lipstick, since she was perhaps too tired to take it off before she went to bed. After thanking him, I pictured the box of akubo wrapped in unbleached paper and tied with coarse twine, then bowed to him and slid it across the table. He accepted it, and Mimi and I thanked him several more times for all his kindness, bowing again and again until I began to feel almost dizzy. Mumia had to begin by going around to the principal tea houses in Guyana and asking the mistress to notify her that the doctor show up. The Yashina was a fairly new tea house, built in a completely Western style. The rooms were elegant in their own way with dark wooden beams and so on, but instead of tatami mats and tables surrounded by cushions, the room into which I was shown that evening had a floor of hardwood, with a dark Persian rug, a coffee table, and a few overstuffed chairs. Instead, I knelt on the rug to wait for Mia, although the floor was terribly hard on my knees. I looked for something to distract myself, but the best I could do was stand from time to time to catch a glimpse of my face in a mirror hanging on the wall. I would have bowed on the mat, so I went ahead and knelt on the rug to bow in the same way, even though I was certain Maria would be unhappy for me doing it. I prefer to get back to the party, he said to Maria. Please accept these, Akubo doctor, I said, and after bowing, placed the package on the side table near his hand. I then said you're to believe you might enjoy receiving a Akubo from her. Now that everything is clear, I'll go back to the party. This was between the two of you, the doctor said. But doctor, before you go, Amita said, could there be some misunderstanding? I suggest you ask her about the boy in her neighborhood, the doctor said. You must have been talking with Hatsumomo. Its opening was only 6 weeks away, and at the beginning of April. When the doctor glanced at me, I did my best to look like someone who would be dancing an important role and had known it for some time. It's risky to believe anything she says. No one wants to be the first to make accusations. I'd like to be as cooperative as I can, Mia replied. But I have difficulty arranging such a thing, since you haven't yet agreed to be Sayuri's Mr. Watch patron. I was too busy bowing goodbye to see whether he took the Akubo with him, but happily after he and Mahimia had left, I looked at the table and saw they were no longer there. So you can imagine my surprise the next day when I learned she'd been telling the truth. Or if it wasn't exactly the truth, Mahimia felt confident it would be true before the end of the week. Mahimia had been truthful when she said that she'd taken a role from Hatsumomo. She was one of the very few Geisha giant guaranteed a solo role every year. This was why I'd already been promoted to the 11th level by the age of 15, even though I probably possessed no more talent as a dancer than anyone else. She came back to look at you and asked if it was true I'd been given the role. And I'm going to take a break. And we're breaking at chapter 21. It seemed on the previous day the Baron had mentioned to her quite casually that he would be giving a party during the coming weekend for a certain kimono maker named Arashino. The Baron owned one of the best known collections of kimono in all of Japan. I thought I recognized the name Arashino, Mamiya said to me, but when the Baron first mentioned it, I couldn't place it. I didn't think of it until today, but I'm going to persuade the Baron to invite both Nobu and the doctor to his little party. When the bidding begins for your Mr. Watch, you can be sure that neither will sit still, knowing the prize can be taken by the other. I was feeling very tired, but for Mamiya's sake, I clapped my hands in excitement and said how grateful I was to her for coming up with such a clever plan. And I'm sure it was a clever plan, but the real evidence for cleverness was that she felt certain she had no difficulty persuading the Baron to invite these two men to his party. Clearly, they would both be willing to come in Nobu's case because the Baron was an investor in Iwamaro Electric, though I didn't know it at the time. And in Dr. Kraft's case, because the doctor considered himself something of an aristocrat, even though he probably had only one obscure ancestor with any aristocratic blood, and would regard it as his duty to attend any function the Baron invited him to. But as to why the Baron would agree to invite either of them, I don't know. As for Dr. Kraft, the Baron had never met him before and might as well have invited someone off the street. The event was to begin in the afternoon and run through dinner, though Mamiya and I were to arrive after the party was underway. So it was about 3 o'clock when we finally climbed into a rickshaw and headed out to the Baron's estate, located at the base of the hills in the northeast of the city. It was my first visit to any place so luxurious, and I was quite overwhelmed by what I saw, because if we think of the attention to detail brought to bear in making a kimono, well, that same sort of attention had been brought to the design and care of the entire estate where the Baron lived. The main house dated back to the time of his grandfather, but the gardens, which struck me as a giant brocade of textures, had been designed and built by his father. Apparently, the house and gardens never quite fit together until the Baron's older brother, the year before his assassination, had moved to the location of the pond and also created a moss garden with stepping stones leading from the Moonville Pavilion on one side of the house. Black swans glided across the pond with the Baron so proud they made me feel ashamed to be such an ungainly creature as a human being. We were to begin by preparing a tea ceremony, and the men would join when they were ready. So I was very puzzled when we passed the main gate and made our way out to an ordinary tea pavilion, but straight toward the edge of the pond to board a small boat. The boat was about the size of a narrow room. It had actual walls with paper screens slid open for air, and in the very center was a square wooden cavity filled with sand, which served as the brazier where Mamiya lit cakes of charcoal to heat the water in a graceful iron tea kettle. A half hour passed before the Baron and his 10 guests strolled out from the house, stopping every so often to admire the view of the hillside from different angles. When they boarded the boat, the Baron guided us into the middle of the pond with a pole. Oh no, just a tiny bump, really. I might have ended the conversation right there by pouring him more sake, perhaps, or changing the subject, but I happened to notice that he was stroking one of his thumbs with the fingers of his other hand. Sometimes when I'm in the bath, I run my finger across it, and it's just a tiny ridge, really. He brought his hand up, but then he hesitated. The silence dragged on, but the doctor never opened his eyes. Every night, I went on, just before I step into the bath, I practice in balancing in a variety of positions. But the trouble is, first I try balancing on one foot and then the other. But the trouble is, up until this point, the Baron on the opposite side of the platform from me had been talking with his other guests, but now he ended his story. I clapped a hand over my mouth, but before I could think of what to do, the Baron spoke up. Yes, I agree, the Baron said. Not even Arashino's kimono are as lovely as what they cover up, the Baron said, and tried to put his sake cup onto the platform, though it ended up spilling. But Arashino didn't have a chance to answer because the Baron, who was taking the last slurp of sake, nearly choked in his hurry to interrupt. Oh, yes, I'm certainly interested too, the Baron said. The sooner she sees the world as it really is, the better. I had to respond in some way to what the Baron had said, particularly since everyone else was completely silent. But before I could think of what to say, Nobu did something very kind. I didn't know the way to the toilet any better than Nobu, but I wasn't going to miss the opportunity to remove myself from the gathering. On the other side, brilliantly lit in the sunshine, stood display cases with glass tops. He seemed to be looking at the display, but mostly he drummed the fingers of his one hand on the glass and blew air out his nose again and again. But he was still very angry. I felt troubled by what had happened as well. Antiques like the Baron, you mean? The Baron wasn't a particularly old man, much younger than Noble, in fact. But I knew what he meant. He thought of the Baron as a relic of the feudal age. When I look at the swords over there, they make me think of the Baron. When I look at the Natsuk here, they make me think of the Baron. I bowed to him in reply, and he strode off down the hallway to the toilet, so quickly that I couldn't reach the water. I couldn't reach the door first to open it for him. Later, when we returned to the water's edge, I was pleased to see that the party was beginning to break up. We bowed farewell to the last man, and I turned to find one of the Baron's servants ready to show us into the house. We rejoined the Baron and his guests already partway through their dinner in what the Baron called the small banquet room. The Baron was so drunk his eyes seemed to slosh around in their sockets. You certainly know your way around the Baron's house, he said. I didn't know what to say to this, but the doctor looked at me pointedly. You haven't seen much of the world, he went on, but in time you'll learn to be careful of anyone with the arrogance to accept an invitation from a man like the Baron, and then speak to him rudely in his own house, as Noble did this afternoon. By the time we returned to the small banquet room, the men had fallen into conversation thanks to the quiet skills of Mamiya, who now sat in the background pouring sake. If you ever noticed the way miso settles into a cloud at the bottom of the bowl, but mixes quickly with a few whisks of the chopsticks, this is what she meant. Soon the conversation turned to the subject of kimono, and we all proceeded downstairs to the Baron's underground museum. The Baron sat on a stool in the middle of the room with his elbows on his knees, bleary eyed still, and didn't speak a word while Mamiya guided us through the collection. The design began at the shoulders in blue sky, with blue sky and clouds, the knees representing the hillside. Below that, the gown swept back into a long train showing the blue-green of the sea, dotted with beautiful gold waves and tiny ships. Mamiya, the Baron said, I think you ought to wear that one to my blossom viewing party in Hocome next week. I could see that the Baron was displeased, for his eyebrows closed down like two windows being shut. I like nothing more than to be there, Baron. I do apologize, Mamiya said, but with the Baron's consent, I scheduled a medical appointment some weeks ago and won't be able to change it. I noticed that Noble, who'd been paying no attention, turned to observe the Baron's reaction. Well, the Baron said at last. Noble didn't reply, but when the Baron pressed him, he said, Baron, you don't honestly think I go all the way to a cone to look at cherry blossoms? Oh, the blossoms are just an excuse to have a party, said the Baron. I was surprised to feel flustered at the mention of the chairman, for I had been thinking of him on and off throughout the afternoon. It troubles me that none of you will come, the Baron went on. I thought the Baron was making a joke, but I must confess, I thought at once how lovely it would be to stroll with the chairman through the grounds of a magnificent estate without Noble or Dr. Crabbe or even Mamiya nearby. Nonsense, said the Baron. He tried to wipe it away with the back of his hand, but ended up smearing it into the long black hairs of his beard. Fine, said the Baron. But it would be an understatement to say I felt excited at the prospect of attending the Baron's party. Keep in mind that an apprentice on the point of having her miscarriage is like a meal served on the table. No man will wish to eat it if he is suggesting that some other man has taken a bite. I knew perfectly well she was talking about the Baron. But I had a most agreeable feeling of importance the rest of that week, reminding myself that the man charming as the Baron had invited me to travel from Kyoto to attend a party. In fact, I had trouble keeping my excitement from showing when at last I took my seat in a lovely second-class apartment with Mr. Ichida, Mamiya's dresser, seated on the aisle to discourage anyone from trying to talk with me. I pretended to pass the time by reading a magazine, but in fact I was only turning the pages, for I was occupied instead with watching out of the corner of my eye as people who passed down the aisle slowed to look at me. Late the following morning, I was picked up at the little inn overlooking Mount Fuji and taken by one of the Baron's motor cars to his summer house amid lovely woods at the edge of a lake. When we pulled into a circular drive and I stepped out wearing the full regalia of an apprentice geisha from Kyoto, many of the Baron's guests turned to stare at me. Later, I came to realize they were mostly Tokyo geisha, for we were only a few hours from Tokyo by train. Then the Baron himself appeared, striding up a path in the woods with several other men. This lovely thing is Sayuri from Giant, who will probably one day be the great Sayuri from Giant. You must wander all around, inside the house, down by the lake, all through the woods, everywhere. I began to wander when they stayed, as the Baron eyes, past the cherry trees covered with their blossoms, blowing here and there to the guests, and trying not to seem too obvious about looking around for the chairman. It's true that in the better geisha districts of Tokyo, such as Shimbashi and Akasaka, a girl must master the arts if she expects to make her debut. But many of the Tokyo geisha at that time were very modern in their sensibilities, which is why some were walking around the Baron's estate in Western style clothing. The Baron's party seemed to go on and on and on. I went into the house to look for a place to rest, but the very moment I stepped up into the entrance hall, I felt myself go numb. Now, how did the Baron lure you here all the way from Kyoto? Come have a look at the present I've brought for the Baron. He took something from the table and held it out for me to see. At first I thought it was an ornamented block of gold, but it turned out to be an antique cosmetics box for the Baron. Do you think the Baron will be pleased? He said. Chairman, how can you even imagine the Baron might not feel pleased? I assured the chairman that no one could ever think such a thing, and when I gave him back the box, he tied it up in the silk cloth again and nodded toward the door for me to follow. The chairman showed no signs of impatience, but I felt terribly self-conscious as I tried to slip my feet into my alcove and ended up taking much longer than I should have. He led me down a path toward the lake where we found the Baron sitting on a mat beneath the cherry tree with 3 Tokyo geisha. They all rose stiffly, for the Baron had a bit of trouble. Chairman, the Baron said. He certainly was, said the Baron. I don't know what the Baron was thinking, for he himself was littler than noble. I mean to say, the Baron began, but the chairman cut him off. The Baron was too drunk to untie the silk cloth around it, but he gave it to one of the geisha, who did it for him. What a beautiful thing, the Baron said. The Baron laughed at his own joke, but no one else did. But I can't give it to you until these other geisha have departed, because they'll start wanting one themselves. The Baron is too kind, I said. If the Baron had been so drunk, I'm sure it would have occurred to him to walk the chairman out himself. But the two men said goodbye, and I followed the chairman back to the house. What has Mamiya told you about the Baron? Well, he said, I'll watch out if I were you. When a man like the Baron decides he has something to give you. I couldn't think of how to respond to this, so I said something about the Baron being kind to have thought of me at all. In fact, I had no space in my mind at all to think about my meeting with the Baron until at last I found myself standing alone in the entrance hall in the fading afternoon light. 10 or 15 minutes passed. Finally, the Baron came striding into the entrance hall. He had a towel in one hand, which he rubbed against the long black hairs on his face that were supposed to be a beard. Clearly, he just stepped out of the bath. I stood and bowed to him. The Baron walked down the hallway toward the interior of the house, expecting me to follow. But I remained where I was, thinking of what Mamiya had said to me, that the princess on the point of having her miswash was like a meal served on the table. The Baron stopped. But there's no one watching you here. If I had the least common sense at that moment, I would have thanked the Baron for inviting me to his lovely party and told him how much I regretted having to impose on him for the use of his motor car to take me back to the inn. Come back with me while I dress, said the Baron. I don't see why you have to behave this way. The Baron just stared at me. I told the Baron I was sorry once again. The Baron set the package down on the table and untied the strings to open it. I thought the kimono would be the one showing the landscape of Kobe, and to tell the truth, I felt as worried as I did hopeful, for I had no idea what I'd do with such a magnificent thing, or how I would explain to Mamiya that the Baron had given it to me. But what I saw instead when the Baron opened the wrapping was a magnificent dark fabric with lacquered threads and embroidery in silver. He took the robe out and held it up by the shoulders. It was a kimono that belonged in a museum, made in the 1860s, the Baron told me, for the needs of the very last shogun. I would gladly have exchanged the robe the Baron was offering me for some way out of the situation. I made my debut, permitting me to attend to him while he ate lunch and allowing me to bring me to the party at his Kyoto estate. I suppose I finally came to the conclusion that I had no choice but to obey him and pay the consequences, whatever they might be. I see the mats in shame, and in this same dreamlike state I've been feeling all along, I became aware of the Baron taking my hand and guiding me through the corridors toward the back of his house. A servant stepped into the hallway at one point, bowed, and went back the moment he caught sight of us. The Baron never spoke a word, but led me along till we came to a spacious tatami room, lined along one wall with mirrors. My hands trembled with fear, but if the Baron noticed, he made no comment. He stood me before the mirrors and raised my hand to his lips. I thought he was going to kiss it, but he only held the back of my hand against the bristle of his face and did something I found peculiar. He drew my sleeve above my wrist and took in the scent of my skin. His beard tickled my arm, but somehow I didn't feel it. And then the Baron woke me from my shock by stepping behind me and reaching around my chest to untie my obijimi. I experienced a moment of panic now that I knew the Baron really intended to undress me. I tried saying something, but my mouth moved so clumsily I couldn't control it, and anyway, the Baron only made noises to shush me. I pleaded with him not to take it off, though my throat was so dry that several times when I tried to speak, nothing came out. But he didn't listen to me, and soon began to unwind the broad obi, wrapping and unwrapping his arms around my waist. In a moment, the Baron let the obi fall in a pile to the floor, and then unfastened the dadajimi, the waistband underneath. I clutched it shut with my arms. The Baron pulled them apart. I could no longer bear to watch in the mirror. The Baron seemed to have accomplished what he set out to do, or at least he went no further for the moment. Every time his fingers moved, I tried with the power of my mind to keep them away, but all too soon they began creeping like spiders across my belly, and in another moment he had tangled themselves in my waistband and began to pull. I tried to stop him several times, but the Baron pushed my hands away as he had done earlier. Finally, the waistband came undone. The Baron let it slip through his fingers and fall to the floor. My legs were trembling, and the room was nothing more than a blur to me as he took the seams of my underrobe in his hand and started to draw them open. Don't be so worried, Sayuri, the Baron whispered to me. I think he must have interpreted this as a kind of consent, because now his hands began to move with more urgency. I couldn't bear the thought of what the Baron might see, so even while I kept my face turned away, I strained my eyes to look in the mirror. By now the Baron's hands had moved to my hips, where they were busy with my koshimaki. The Baron had been trouble finding the seam, but after several tugs he loosened the fabric so that with one long pull, he was able to draw the entire length of it out from beneath my underrobe. My hands grabbed for the koshimaki, but the Baron pulled it from my reach and dropped it to the floor. I felt a burn in my throat that told me I was on the point of crying, but I couldn't bear the thought that Baron would see my nakedness and also see me cry. I certainly It was true that I still wore button socks on my feet, but I felt more exposed now with the seams of my robe held wide open than I ever felt even in the bathhouse while completely unclothed. I watched the Baron's eyes linger here and there on my reflection in the mirror. Now the Baron took away one of his hands, so that my underwear settled against me on that side. At one point I felt a moment of panic when I saw a naked shoulder protruding from his bathrobe. At a certain point the Baron's breathing slowed again. Soon I was alone in the room. The Baron had walked out without my even realizing it. I dressed again as best I could, my hands trembling. But only a few minutes passed before the Baron came back with the sash of his bathrobe tight around his plump belly. While he was holding my great long obi in his arms, measuring out in loops as he prepared to tie it around me, I began to feel a terrible feeling. It was the feeling that I had done something terribly wrong. I didn't want to cry in front of the Baron, but I couldn't help it. And anyway, he hadn't looked me in the eye since coming back into the room. But the Baron must have seen where he left the room and came back a moment later with a handkerchief bearing his monogram. He instructed me to keep it. After I used it, I left it there on the table. He presented it to me with a bow and then escorted me to the Baron's motor car. I cried quietly in the back seat on the way to the inn, but the driver pretended to take no notice. Did the Baron undress you? While he was untying my obi in the room upstairs, he said, Did the Baron undress you? I won't say my emotions had settled themselves by the time the train pulled and took care of gestation early the following morning. After all, when stones drop into a pond, the water continues quivering even after the stone has sunk to the bottom. 2 weeks remained before the event. The post had been distributed just the previous day, probably while I was strolling around the Baron's estate, hoping to meet up with the chairman. I was exhausted after my long trip and had slept badly on the train, so I stood for a while before the post center, sort of taking the lovely greens and golds in the background, before I turned my attention to the girl in the kimono. She was gazing directly into the bright light of the sunrise, and her eyes were a startling blue-gray. I was the girl Uchida had drawn there on that bridge. The next morning, for example, a young apprentice who'd been friendly the week before now looked away when I gave a bow to greet her. As for me, I went to visit her in her apartment where she was recovering, and I found that she was as proud as she herself had been the one in the poster. For a while, I worried she would view my horrible encounter with the Baron as a betrayal of her. The enchanted dolphin prince was played by a geisha named Yumiya. In addition, there were roles for geisha portraying wind, sunlight, and sprays of water, as well as few apprentices in charcoal and blue kimono at the far reaches of the stage, playing dolphins, calling their prince back to them. A few other apprentices, I joined them and managed to find the chairman and Nobu sitting together, though it seemed to me the chairman had given Nobu the better seat. Nobu was peering at the stage intently, but I was surprised to see the chairman seemed to be falling asleep. From the music, I realized that it was the beginning of Mamiya's dance, and went to the end of the hallway where the slits of the doors gave a view of the stage. Already the setting was inspiringly beautiful with the soft light of dawn and the slow rhythm of the shamisen music like a heartbeat in the background. This was the moment when Mia began to dance to a lament of terrible sadness, hidden to one side of the stage out of view of the husband and mistress. Whether it was the beauty of Mia's dance or the story, I cannot say, but I found myself feeling such sorrow as I watched her. I felt as if myself had been the victim of that terrible betrayal. A good dancer often wears her white button socks a size too small so she can sense the seams in the wooden stage with her feet. We human beings have a remarkable way of growing accustomed to things. But when I pictured Mamiya dancing her slow lament hidden from the eyes of her husband and his mistress, I could no more have stopped myself from feeling that sadness than you could stop yourself from smelling an apple that has been cut open on the table before you. Why I know Busan, Mamiya said, I was beginning to worry that you no longer care for Sir Yuri's company. If you want this package, you better take it before I change my mind. It contained only a tiny box, wrapped in gold-colored paper embossed with the name of the famous jewelry store and tied with a red ribbon. Take this ruby back to your Kia and give it to mother. I've caused you so much trouble over the years. If Mia herself had asked me for the ruby, I could have given it to her cheerfully. But to give it to mother, she put her pipe down to the table and took the box from my hand before I could even offer it to her. I tried again to explain things. Mother just turned over the box to dump the ruby into her oily fingers. She got up from the table to walk over to the window where she stood by the paper screen and held the ruby to the stream of late afternoon sunlight. She put the ruby onto the table and began to puff on her pipe. At this, she put the pipe down to the table just to say that the conversation was about to grow much more serious. But when I glanced at the table where the gem lay on its side, she must have thought I wanted to ask for it back. When Mila came to the Kia and took me into the reception room to tell me that the bidding for my Mr. Raj had begun. You know the bidding goes high because things will start to happen. But 2 days passed without any news. She came like water poured from a bucket, so fast her feet scared her finger on the banister. It must have hurt because she let out a cry and stopped at the bottom to hold it. Pumpkin looked terribly upset, and not only about her finger, but when I asked her what was the matter, she just rushed to the entry room and left. Mother was sitting at the table when I entered her room. She began to pack her pipe with tobacco, but soon thought better of it and put it away. I hadn't expected such a thing and began to feel a tingling in my belly. Mother passed the time by patting Taco, who quickly grew tired of her attentions and made little growling noises. She came back a few minutes later. She wasn't escorting Dr. Crab at all, but a much younger man with smooth silver hair carrying a leather bag. I bowed to the young doctor, who bowed back to me. She began by untying my obi and folding it on the table. I stood in the yellow underrobe as calmly as I knew how, but in a moment Mother began to untie the waistband that held my underrobe shut. I couldn't quite stop myself from putting my arms in her way, though she pushed them aside just as the Baron had done, which gave me a sick feeling. I didn't like this a bit, but instead of pulling open my robe as the Baron had, she refolded it around me and told me to lie down on the mats. The young doctor adjusted my legs and reached between them with his hand, which I had noticed was smooth and graceful like the chairman's. And will there be much blood? When the young silver-haired doctor had taken his leave, Mother helped me dress and instructed me to sit at the table. But they'll pay just to chat with you too. And here she finished her thought by giving another sharp tug on my earlobe before letting it go. I was alarmed by this and began to say something, but Mother stopped me. After that, you'll be my daughter, just as you've been born to me. And then, for the first time in my life, I spoke back to her without the fear that she would punish me for it. Hatsumoma didn't like this, but she came and sat at the table anyway. It gave me a terrible pain to hear this, for I couldn't help thinking of how Pumpkin had rushed down the stairs looking so upset. And no wonder, for no one could say any more what would become of her in life. When you go downstairs, ask one of the maids to bring tea for Sayuri and me. Hatsumoma gave a little bow, and then she was gone. Mother, I said, I'm very sorry to have been the cause of so much trouble. She nodded and looked satisfied, to be sure, but she didn't smile. Oh no, the bidding between Dr. Crabbe and Noble went just as I hoped, she said, and the final figure was a considerable sum. But the truth, as I came to understand in stages over the following years, was something quite different. One thing, the bidding hadn't been a contest between Dr. Crabbe and Noble at all. It had ended up a contest between Dr. Crabbe and the Baron. When he ended up dropping out, it probably wasn't because the bidding had gone too high, but Mia knew from the beginning that Noble could bid against anyone if he wanted to. The trouble, which Mia had anticipated, was that Noble had no more than a vague interest in my massage. But when she mentioned Osaka and the offer in the same breath, naturally Dr. Crabbe assumed the offer was from Noble, even though it was actually from the Baron. As for the Baron, he knew perfectly well his adversary was the doctor, but he didn't care. He wanted the massage for himself and pouted like a little boy when he began to think he might not win it. Do you hear what has been happening? The Baron said to her. Only one man can be the explorer of an undiscovered region, and I want to be that man. As the bidding went higher and higher, the Baron began to talk about dropping out, but the figure had already come so close to a new record that the mistress of the Ichiriki made up her mind to push things still higher by misleading the Baron, just as she misled the doctor. I'm sure there may have been people who believed such a thing about the doctor, but the mistress herself wasn't one of them. She knew that when the Baron made his last bid, whatever it was, the doctor would top it. When the bill comes at the end of the month, I have a charming assistant who pays it for me. So you see, I couldn't possibly tell you how much money I spent or how much more a bottle of perfume costs than a magazine. But whether the real record belonged to me or to Katsumiya or to Mamiya or even to Mamamitsu back in the 1890s, you would imagine that mother's plump little hands began to itch when she heard about a record amount of cash. When I became the daughter of the Okiya, my debt ceased to exist because the Okiya absorbed them all. It began in the afternoon when Dr. Crabbe and I drank sake in a ceremony that bound us together. When he instructed me to behave very sternly, as though I had no sense of humor at all. Sitting there at dinner, Dr. Carr had probably already begun thinking about the moment that would come later, and yet I had never seen a man who looked more bored. Soon Dr. Crab arrived and asked that I order him sake while he bathed in the bath attached to the room. I spilled sake in my kimono, but the doctor didn't notice. Finally, the doctor left me on the balcony and went inside. He unpacked 2 white towels from his suitcase and set them down on the table, arranging them this way and that until they were just so. These will absorb the blood, he told me. I'm sure I should have kept quiet or even thanked the doctor for being so considerate as to put down towels, but instead I blurted out, "What blood?" I think I became so anxious hearing it all that I rose up a little from the futon because the doctor put his hand on my shoulder and gently pushed me back down. I'm sure this sort of talk would be enough to quash some men's appetite for what they were about to do, but the doctor wasn't that sort of man. Along the bottom shelf were a few instruments, such as scissors and tweezers, but the rest of the case was crowded with these glass vials, perhaps as many as 40 or 50 of them. Only when the doctor brought the lamp from the table was I able to see white labels along the tops of each vial, marked with the names of various geisha. This is the kind swab that was drenched in your blood, he said. From the time you cut your leg, scratch that. I don't normally save the blood of my patients, but I was very taken with you. Hers contained not a cotton swab, but a small wadding of white fiber that was stained in the color rust and had grown quite stiff. Dr. Crab seemed to find all these samples fascinating, but for my part, well, I pointed my face in that direction in order to be polite, but when the doctor wasn't watching, I looked elsewhere. Finally, he closed his case and set it aside before taking off his glasses, folding them and putting them on the table nearby. I was afraid the moment had come, and indeed Dr. Crab moved my legs apart and arranged himself on his knees between them. I put all the force of my mind to work in making a sort of mental barrier between the doctor and me, but it wasn't enough to keep me from feeling the doctor's ill, as Samir might have called it, bumping against the inside of my thigh. I didn't at all like being so close to him, so I pretended to have trouble breathing in the hopes he would take his weight off me. He tied the sash of his robe and then put on his glasses, not noticing a little smear of blood at the edge of one lens, and began to wipe between my legs using towels and cotton swabs and the like, just as though we were back in one of the treatment rooms at the hospital. He cut away a piece of the bloody towel beneath me and stuffed it, along with the cotton ball he used, into the glass vial with my misspelled name on it. I could have very well bowed back while lying down, but it made no difference because the doctor stood at once and went off to the bath again. I had to keep quiet because the doctor was in the next room, but to think that the course of my entire future had been altered by this. I imagined the mistress of the Ichiriki making telephone calls to Noble and the Baron while the bidding was underway, all the money that had been spent and all the trouble. How strange it would have been with Noble, since I was beginning to think of him as a friend. I didn't even want to wonder what it might have been like with the Baron. While the doctor was still in the bed, I tied from the door to Mr. Beckel's room. Later, after the doctor had fallen asleep, I got up and bathed quietly. I did manage to awake in the morning in time to make myself presentable before the doctor saw me. I couldn't make up my mind whether it might be a jewel like Nobu had given me or a few cuttings from the bloody towel the night before. But when I worked up my courage to open it back in the room, it turned out to be a package of Chinese herbs. Be cautious with them because they're very costly, he said. It's strange and very hard to explain, but the world looked different to me after massage. After massage, an apprentice wears her hair in a new style and with a red silk band at the base with a pincushion bun rather than a passing one. I had a new respect for the ones who had been through massage and felt much more burly than the ones who hadn't. I'm sure all apprentices feel changed by the experience of massage in much the same way I did. If mother were to walk alongside the Shirakawa stream on a lovely spring day, when you could almost see beauty itself dripping into the water from the tendrils of the cherry tree, she probably wouldn't even notice any of it. Unless, I don't know, she had a plan to make money from selling the trees or something, some such thing. Before my massage, I don't think it made any difference to mother that someone was causing trouble for me in China. But now that I had a high price tag on me, she could have stopped John someone with troublemaking without my even having to ask it of her. But it was certainly a great relief to be free from the threat of Hatsumomo. I chose my kimono first instead of waiting for Pumpkin to choose hers, and the moment I made my choice, Auntie set to work sewing the seams to the proper width and basting the collar onto my underrobe before she touched even Hatsumomo's. But when Pumpkin passed me low key with a worried look and kept her eyes averted from mine even when we were face to face, it caused me terrible pain. The Baron, on the other hand, I never saw again. Probably I would have felt every bit as uncomfortable around the Baron as Mia would have felt having me there. But there was one man I was very eager to see again, and I'm sure I don't need to tell you I'm talking about the chairman. When I arrived that evening, both the chairman and Noble were present. I wasn't sure he was listening when I told him, but the very next day, when I returned to the key after my lessons, I found in my room a new wooden travel trunk he sent me as a gift. The trunk was much finer even than the one I borrowed from Auntie for the Baron's party in her home. I felt terribly ashamed of myself for having thought I could simply discard Nobu now, that he was no longer central to any plans for me and my pet. But then a peculiar thing happened. Shortly before the party, I received the message that my company wouldn't be needed after all. I'm very sorry to trouble you, I said, but have you just come from the party given by Iwamura Electric? And Chairman Iwamura and Nobu-san are both there? But the chairman is there. Why do you ask? And we're just going to take another little break. And we're at chapter 25. Again, Memoirs of a Geisha, Arthur Golden. Astonishing, breathtaking. You are seduced completely. Washington Post Book World. So in chapter 25, the Memoirs of a Geisha. The host was likely to be the division head of a small company, and the guest of honor one of his suppliers, or perhaps one of his employees he just promoted, or something along those lines. For my part, I always consider this a terrible waste. Or if he was an arrogant young businessman who didn't seem to know his place, she might take him off his guard by saying, "Here, you are sitting with a half dozen of the best geisha in Guyana, and all you can think to talk about is the weather." One time when I happened to be watching her, Mamiya knelt beside a very young man who couldn't have been more than 19 or 20. He probably wouldn't have been at a geisha party at all if his father hadn't been the host. Of course, he didn't know what to say or how to behave around Geisha, and I'm sure he felt nervous, but he turned to me very bravely and said to her, "Warm, isn't it? You should have seen me when I stepped out of the bath this morning." When that poor boy set his sake cup down on the table, his fingers were trembling. First, just because a young girl has been sold by her family and raised from an early age to be a geisha doesn't mean she'll turn out to be clever or have anything interesting to say. Just because a man who's made enough money to come to Guyana and waste it however he chooses doesn't mean he's fun to be around. In fact, many of the men are accustomed to being treated with a great deal of respect. Though, if you were to see an apprentice and a geisha side by side, their collars would be the last thing you notice. I didn't understand it at the time, but it's perfectly clear to me now what she was thinking. And then the burden of conversation falls to the man or woman who has introduced us, because I've never really learned much English, even after all these years. Of course, by this time, there's little point even in trying, because this woman is thinking, "My goodness, I'm talking with a prostitute." It is all very well for a geisha to go from party to party and be popular with a great many men, but a geisha who wishes to become a star is completely dependent on having a Donna. Even Mamiya, who became famous on her own because of an advertising campaign, would soon have lost her standing and been just another geisha if the baron hadn't covered the expenses to advance her career. No more than 3 weeks after I turned my collar, Mother came to me one day while I was eating a quick lunch in the reception room and sat across the table a long while puffing on her pipe. "You ought to be very pleased." What does she know about business? The next time I want to know when to giggle at a party, I'll go and ask her. Nowadays, young girls, even in Japan, are accustomed to jumping up from the table and shouting at their mothers. But in my day, we bowed and said, "Yes, ma'am," and apologized for having been troublesome. And that's exactly how I responded. "Leave the business decisions to me," Mother went on. But to become the mistress would have closed off my life from the chairman forever. She was holding a bowl of rice, which is very rude of her. She never should have walked away from the table with it. "Yes, I have," Hatsuma said gravely, and she came and knelt at the table. "And a man will become very upset if his mistress gives birth to another man's child." As the afternoon progressed, I began to feel dizzy. It was a strange buzzing in my head, and soon we were away to Mia's apartment to talk with her. I sat at her table sipping at my chilled barley tea, for we were in the heat of summer, and trying not to let her see how I felt. Already Mia had waited a long while to hear why I'd come, but when I set my glass of tea down on the table, I was afraid my voice would crack if I tried to speak. When I heard these words, my tears simply broke through the fragile wall that had held them, and with a terrible feeling of shame, I laid my head upon the table and let them drain out of me. It's just that you want your destiny to be like Shizu's. He wasn't a wealthy man and she wasn't a beauty, but you could have looked all over Kyoto and not found two people who enjoyed each other's company as they did. Mamiya-san, I said, do you have strong feelings for the Baron? The Baron has been a good Donna to me. Yes, of course that's true, but do you have feelings for him as a man? The Baron's relationship with me is convenient for him and very beneficial to me. If you want to be successful, Sayuri, you must be sure that men's feelings remain always under your control. The Baron may be hard to take at times, but he has plenty of money and he's not afraid to spend it. I won't be surprised if he expects more of you than the Baron has expected of me. Nowadays, many people seem to believe their lives are entirely a matter of choice. But in my day, we viewed ourselves as pieces of clay that forever show the fingerprints of everyone who has touched us. But could it really be that all the lessons I learned, the hardest one lay just ahead of me? Go back to the key, Sayuri, Mia told me. I looked up at her with the idea of making one last play, but when I saw the expression on her face, I thought better of it. I can't say what she was thinking, but she seemed to be peering into nothingness with her perfect oval face creased in the corners of her eyes and mouth from strain. A woman living in a grand house may pride herself on all her lovely things, but the moment she hears the crackle of fire, she decides very quickly which of the few she values most. But now they began to tell us, with watery eyes after their seventh or eighth cup of sake, that nothing kept their spirits up so much as their visits to Nyan. But the idea that I, who was nothing more than a young girl from the seashore, might truly be contributing something important to the nation. I won't pretend these parties did anything to lessen my suffering, but they did help remind me just how selfish my suffering really was. As it turned out, of course, they'd been repaid already, though I was only 18. I'm sure Ramia thought it best to collect what she owed as soon as possible and worry about future earnings in the future. Several days after, I was summoned downstairs to the reception room of our IKEA to find Ramia and Mother across the table from each other chatting about the summer weather. I never seen her look more serious, peering down at the table with no interest in the conversation at all. Mrs. Okada spoke up with her eyes still on the tabletop. She'll join us at the table for the few minutes you're here. After this, she clenched her teeth and gave one of her peculiar laughs, looking from one of us to the other to be sure we appreciated her cleverness. But when you spot a girl like Sayuri with something a little different, you have to be sure to make the right decisions at the right times, such as the arrangement you and I made, Mamiya-san. Mamiya and I sat in silence while she opened it on the table and explained her columns of figures to Mother. Yes, the numbers are most impressive, Mrs. Okada said, but I do believe they are accurate. Considering how helpful she has been to our Sayuri, mother said, I'm sure Mamiya-san deserves even more. My understanding is that Mamiya did agree to take half wages, Mrs. Okada said, but was ultimately to be paid double. Sayuri may only have been a girl at the time, but she has quite a head for numbers. If I'd been given a choice between sliding off the roof to break my arm again just as the way I did as a child or sitting in that room until I came with an answer to the question they were asking me, I certainly would have marched right up the stairs and climbed the ladder onto the roof. I had no doubt in my mind of the truth, but on the other hand, I had to go and live in the Kia with mother. There was a pause, and then mother said, Well, I'm not as young as I used to be. Mrs. Okada wasn't gazing at the tabletop any longer, but was staring directly at mother. Mother wore a stern expression on her face, but she gave a little bow of assent and thanked the children for coming. I'm sure you must be very pleased, Mrs. Okada said while putting away her abacus in her accounting book, that Sayuri will soon be taking a down. When it comes to business decisions, you may leave them to me. I'm going to make sure decisions for the best. His has been the only offer. As I say, Maria-san, you can leave the business decisions to me. Mother put her pipe down on the table. I've been thinking that Nobu Toshikazu would be more generous if he finds out an Iwamura electric heater killed our granny. Let me know what a terrible blow it was. That would be true in most cases, Mamiya said, but the man I'm thinking of is General Totoro Junosuke. At this point in the conversation, I lost track of what the two of them were saying, for I began to realize Mamiya was making an effort to rescue me from Nobu. He may have played down the importance of his rank for modesty, and I didn't know any better than to believe him. That would be true, Mrs. Mita. She glanced at the teapot, and I could just imagine her thinking, Well, I haven't had any trouble getting tea. Not yet, though the price has gone up. And then, probably without even realizing what she was doing, she put one hand inside her oven and squeezed her silk bag of tobacco as if to see how much remained. During this period, I continued seeing Nobu whenever he came to Giant, and did my best to act as though nothing had changed. Probably he'd expected I would be his mistress by the middle of July. Something was flapping around there, but only when the general lay on his back and told me to take off my clothes did it begin to surface. I remembered it now, but the strange thing was that I didn't feel terror so much as a kind of vague queasiness. The general left the radio on and lights as well, as if he wanted to be sure I saw the draftiness of the room clearly, right down to the water stain on the ceiling. By contrast, it made me almost weak to see the way Yasuda-san, with his graceful sculpted arm, put a bite of braised beef into his mouth, with his lip parted sensuously. On impulse, I reached into my obi for the brocade card holder I kept there and discreetly removed one card, which I passed to him. I had the feeling no words we spoke could be as eloquent as this simple interaction, so I bowed to him and went on to the next man. We were alone in the room, and Yasuda-san put his beer glass down on the table in a way that made me blush. But to my surprise, he brought it quickly to his lips and began kissing the inside of my wrist quite passionately, in a way I could feel as far down as my knees. He dropped his fedora onto the mats and pulled me to my feet, even before the door was closed. I had never in my life been so close to another human being before, though we hadn't spoken a word. We were terribly worried about her, and the doctors were of no help. But after a telephone call to the general, an important doctor from the military hospital in the Camilla ward called on us and provided Auntie with a packet of medicine that cured her. We couldn't have believed it at the time, but we'd scarcely seen the beginning of the dark years just yet. Another night, a worried-looking young apprentice named Notch, with a terrible underbite, was walking up to the toilet when he caught sight of me. This was very forward of me, but to my relief, the chairman didn't take offense. But the weeks passed, and he didn't. One evening later, Marshall dropped in on a very lively party given by the governor of Kyoto Prefecture at a tea house called Shanju. Actually, the governor had lost most of the rounds, as I learned, but held his sake better than the chairman. You got, I'm in trouble. For the briefest moment, I had a feeling that everything in the room had vanished for the chairman and me, and that in his slightly drunken state, I might lean in toward him until his arms went around me and put my lips on his. I'm terribly sorry to trouble you, Sayuri-san, but my name is Takazura. After months and months of wondering about him and feeling terribly ashamed for what I'd done, just to hear Nobu's name when I didn't expect it was like opening storm shutters and feeling the first draft of air. By way of answering, poor Takazura clenched her trembling lips together, and in a moment tears began to pool at the edges of her lids, so much that her little round eyes seemed to gaze up at me from two puddles. One day he did say my hair smelled clean, but then he told me what a nice change that was. People in Kyoto are trained to say things like this, but it struck me that this poor girl might be telling the truth. I wasn't sure it would work with Nobu, but Takazori seemed very grateful for the idea. Now that I felt terribly sorry I made him angry with me, and of course I might never see the chairman again without him. The trouble was I couldn't drop in uninvited at the Awazumi, for I had no formal relationship with the tea house. Then, at last, one evening, I spotted him emerging from the back of a limousine in the dark alleyway ahead of me. I knew it was him because the empty sleeve of his jacket pinned to the shoulder gave him an unmistakable silhouette. I suppose you're going to tell me that you've been too busy to come to the Ichiriki. Why do you say it as if it couldn't possibly be true? I gave a little Bible sense to this, and we set off together down the alley in the direction of Murayama Park. If Nobu-san wants me to believe he isn't angry, I said, he should act friendlier instead of like a panther who hasn't been fed for months. I might never have known where to find you if Takazura hadn't come to me in tears to say how badly you've been treating her. If you've been thinking I'm angry with you, you're quite right. Here Nobu stopped and turned to me with a terribly sad look in his eyes. You go around consulting your almanac saying, oh, I can't walk toward the east today because my horoscope says it's unlucky. But then when it's a matter of something affecting your entire lives, you simply look the other way. All right, if it's a stream, you're still free to be in this part of it or that part, aren't you? You'd find them everywhere if you ever bothered to look. But that very first time I saw you at the sumo tournament years ago, what were you, 14? I could see what a resourceful girl you were even then. I've always believed that Nobu-san thinks me more worthy than I really am. If we rub a fabric too often, it will quickly grow threadbare. Nobu's words had rashed me against me so much I could no longer maintain that finely recurrent surface me had always counted me to hide behind. I felt lucky to be standing in shadow, for I was certain Nobu would think still less of me if he saw the pain I was feeling. But I suppose my silence must have betrayed me, for with his one hand he took my shoulder and turned me just a fraction until the light fell on my face. Now you're going to tell me I've been too harsh with you. I react very badly to disappointment, Sayuri. I don't know if I can ever live my life by the standards you use for judging me. You know better than to listen to me when I'm angry. By now, we have walked all around the block and we're standing at the entrance to the tea house. I never really expected to find out, however, so I was quite taken aback when Mother called me into her room one afternoon and told me I had earned more in the past 6 months than both Hatsumomo and Pumpkin combined. Hatsumomo certainly wasn't going to think of Mother's plan as exchanging rooms. She was going to feel that her room had been taken away from her. That woman won't be beaten once and for all until we see blood. She began by taking me into Hatsumomo's room, announcing that a certain corner now belonged to me. I could put anything I wanted there, and no one else could touch it. I wish I could say I'd accumulated a collection of beautiful objects as Mia probably had by my age, but the mood of the nation had changed greatly. Cosmetics and permanents had recently been banned as luxuries by the military government, though of course those of us in Guyana, as playthings of the men in power, still did more or less as we pleased. Hatsumama was sitting at my little table, sipping at what belonged like a small glass of water and reading a notebook that belonged to me. Geisha are expected to be discreet about the men they know, so you may be puzzled to hear that several years earlier, while still an apprentice, I had gone into a paper store one afternoon and bought a beautiful book of blank pages to begin keeping a diary about my life. Hatsumomo, please put the book down on the table and leave my room. I'm only trying to be helpful. Hatsumomo sighed as if to tell me what an inept liar I was, and then began paging through my journal. But for my part, I could look at him as long as I want, and he seemed to be pleased by it. I went to the table to take the journal from Hatsumomo, but she clutched it to her chest and stood. The trouble is, I haven't finished reading it, so I'll take it back to my room, unless you'd rather I took it to Mother. I mentioned earlier that a broken bottle of ointment lay on the floor of the hallway. This was how Hatsumomo did things, making a mess and not even bothering to tell the maids. Probably she forgot about the bottle because she was drunk. In any case, she stepped right into the broken glass and let out a little shriek. I saw her look at her for a moment and make a gasping noise, but then she kept on going. I thought of trying to wrestle the book from her hands, but then I remembered Mamiya's realization at the sumo tournament. I'd be better off to wait until she began to relax, thinking she won, and then take the journal from her when she wasn't expecting it. The room was in terrible disarray because Hatsumomo had put things everywhere in her efforts at moving. The journal was sitting on the table while Hatsumomo had a towel against her foot. If she'd been sober, I wouldn't even have tried to outsmart her right then. But considering her state at the moment, I looked around the floor at the piles of underclothing, bottles of perfume, and all the other things she scattered in disarray. And it was an emerald obi brooch, the very one Hatsumomo had accused me of stealing years earlier, on the night I found her and her boyfriend in the maid's room. As I said these words, I walked over and held the brooch up before her. In that moment, while Hatsumomo was at stun, I simply reached down to the table with my other hand and took the journal away. As quickly as I could, I slid open the door to the closet where NCs and kimono were kept and stashed the journal on the shelf between two robes wrapped in tissue paper. It took no more than a few seconds, for all the while my back tingled from the sensation that at any moment Hatsumomo might open her door and spot me. I tried to look worried, which wasn't too difficult, and carried the brooch with me into Mother's room to lay it on the table before her. Do you remember the brooch I'm supposed to have stolen from her years ago, the one that was added to my desk? That is the brooch I lost. Mother put the brooch down on the table and went on glowering at Hatsumomo. I didn't want to have to tell you this, Mother, but Sayuri left something on her table and I was trying to hide it for her. I thought of insisting it wasn't true, but none of it mattered in any case. Hatsumomo was in trouble, and nothing she was going to say would change the situation. 10 years earlier, when she had been the Okia's principal earner, she probably could have accused me of anything she wanted. But now, at last, the season had changed. Hatsumomo's brilliant career was dying on the branch, while mine had begun to blossom. The hallway floor was a terrible mess. She was kneeling at my dressing table when I looked in, closing the drawers very slowly and looking a bit defeated. Hatsumomo mother said to her, "You'll repay Sayuri for the brooch you accused her of stealing. What's more, I won't have the tatami and the sophia defiled with blood. They'll be replaced, and at your expense." She was too busy glaring at me, and with the look on her face I wasn't accustomed to seeing. A mind troubled by doubt cannot focus on the course to victory. Two men are equals, true equals, only when they both have equal confidence. I don't think I realized it at the time, but after Hatsumomo and I pored over my journal, her mind, as the Emma would have put it, began to be troubled by doubt. Until her life began to fray, she'd always used her cruelty for a purpose, just as a samurai draws his sword, not for slashing at random, but for slashing at enemies. But more importantly, Mamiya wanted to make Hatsumomo's life difficult for her to bear. When you want to break a board, Mamiya said, cracking it in the middle is only the first step. Success comes when you bounce up and down with all your weight until the board snaps in half. Mamiya and I weren't always able to stay together, but usually at least one of us managed to follow her from engagement to engagement for a portion of the evening. By the end of the fourth night, she was looking at us through squinted, angry eyes and had difficulty acting cheerful around the men she tried to entertain. So I guess you want to be treated like dogs. She stared at me a moment with eyes burning before the fire went out of them, and she walked away. She really does seem to be losing her mind. Afterward, I rushed back to the cave, but Hachimomo had already dressed and snuck out. I knew exactly what this meant. Mamiya had gone to a little temple just at the eastern edge of Giant to pray before the three tiny Jizo statues she paid to have erected there. A Jizo, you see, honors the soul of a departed child. In Mamiya's case, they were for the three children she'd aborted at the Baron's expense. I couldn't help remembering one morning as a child when I was swimming in the pond near our tipsy house and suddenly felt a terrible burning in my shoulder. I was too busy screaming to think what to do, but one of the boys pulled the monster off and held it by the wings upon a rock, where we all gathered to decide exactly how to murder it. I couldn't help remembering a damaged pear I held in my hand the day before, because amid the cheerful faces, Hot Smoke with expression was like a terrible bruise. I knelt toward the other end of the veranda, beside a gentle-looking old man who turned out to be the koto player Tachibana Zenzaku, whose graduate records I still own. But we'd hardly begun to talk when suddenly everyone burst out laughing. And then he tapped me with the back of his hand to make sure he had my attention. The director of the Minna Music Theater, he said, and held out his little finger below the table where no one else could see it. At this, everyone laughed so loud you could hear the veranda trembling. She turned bright red when she saw this and held her sleeve of her kimono over her face, and Chojiro, who had drunk a good bit of sake, imitated her even then. People laughed politely, but only Hatsumomo seemed to find it really funny, for at this point Chojiro was beginning to cross the line into cruelty. As I came to understand over the years, he preferred to be the center of attention himself. A few geishas spoke up as well, and finally Shojiro was persuaded to ask her if she would perform, which he did as sulkily as a little boy. Then Mamiya took her place against the backdrop of the tea house and performed a few very short pieces. It might have been the sake he drank, and it might have been Mamiya's extraordinary dancing, for Shojiro was a dancer himself. Whatever it was, by the time Mamiya came back to join us at the table, Shojiro seemed quite taken with her and asked if she sit beside him. From time to time, she drew the fingertips of her hand across the base of her throat as though she felt self-conscious about the splotchy blush that had appeared there. I had no idea who Shojiro was talking about, but Tachibana, the old Kodo player, was kind enough to explain and whisper that Bajori-san was the English actor Basil Rathbone, but I never heard of him at the time. Chojuro may have lavished attention on women like Hatsumomo or Mamiya, but the fact remained that he was homosexual. And since his trip to England, he made it a running joke that his heart was destined to be broken because Bajuro-san had no interest in men. Hatsumomo had bitten him, not enough to make him bleed, but certainly enough to give him a shock. By that time, the theater director was holding Hatsumomo from behind. I thought the crisis was over, but then Shojiro shouted at Hatsumomo so loudly, we heard it echo off the buildings across the river in Guyana. You've bitten me! When she did come back the following day, she smelled as if she had been sick to her stomach, and her hair was in disarray. And in fact, Mamiya believed Mother had probably been trying to get rid of Hatsumomo for years. She couldn't have been there long because in the night I heard it, a man at the same party swore that if Hatsumomo was a prostitute, he would find her and give her some business of his own. He did go looking for her, but she was nowhere to be found. She certainly wouldn't have been the first geisha to do it. I don't think we quite understood all the things her presence had afflicted us until too long after she left, when things that we hadn't realized were ailing slowly began to heal. And as for Pumpkin, I think she'd grown to be dependent on her older sister and felt strangely lost without her. I'd already become the kid's principal asset, but even I took some time to weed out all the peculiar habits that had taken root because of Hatsumama. Even now, as an older woman, I sometimes lift a bouquet cover on the mirror of my makeup stand and have the briefest flicker of a thought that I may find her there in the glass, smirking at me. In Japan, we refer to the years from the Depression through World War II as Kuretani, the Valley of Darkness, when so many people lived like children whose heads had slipped beneath the waves. But to see him tugging at his boots, well, this was his way of saying he planned to come in whether we invited him or not. Officer, I said, I'm terribly sorry, but the truth is, we haven't had an opportunity to plant any vegetables at all. He brought out from his pocket a slip of paper and began to read a long list of misdeeds Arakia had committed. She didn't seem at all surprised to find a military policeman there, and in fact, she behaved more politely toward him than I had ever seen her behave toward anyone. Back in Yorito, I used to swim on chilly spring days and afterward lie on the rocks beside the pond to soak up the heat of the sun. But now her supplies were better than ours, and she became our source instead. In our case, though, our things were sold to punish us as much as for any other reason, and so the cash went to benefit others. But the military police had given orders. No one could do anything but obey. If the early years of the war had been like an exciting voyage out to sea, you might say that by about the middle of 1943, we all realized the waves were simply too big for our craft. For months, we heard rumors that the military government planned to shut down all the geisha districts in Japan. Lately, we've begun to realize that it really was going to happen. Nothing is bleaker than the future except perhaps the past. It may not sound funny to you, but that night we laughed until tears beaded in the corners of our eyes. A maid tending the bath of her kid had tried to burn newspapers to heat the water, but had lost control of the flames. Then the door rumbled closed again, and there was nothing but the soft hiss of the falling snow. The general was rumored to be living in the Sayura Inn, the same one where we met during the evenings twice a week for so many years. Still, some men bear hardships better than others, and with one look at the general, I could see that the weight of this past year had pressed down upon him until his bones had grown brittle, and even his face had come to look a bit misshapen. To be liked and to have true friends willing to help are two very different things, I said. If you want to be alive when this war is over, you'd better find someone who can tuck you away in a safe place. On the way back to the Kia, I knew the time had come for me to act, but I couldn't think what to do. I went by the apartment where Mamiya was now living, for her relationship with the Baron had ended several months earlier and she moved into a much smaller place. The Baron would do nothing to help me, she said, her face pale with worry. You better think of someone, Sayuri, and go to him as quickly as you can. I've been out of touch with Nobu for more than 4 years by that time. I knew at once I couldn't approach him. So I spent the rest of that afternoon going from tea house in the biting cold, asking about a number of men I hadn't seen in weeks, or even months. Some looked as though their spirits had been murdered with them. Others were like statues of the Buddha, calm and lovely, but painted over with a layer of sadness. And there at the table, along with a glass of beer, sat Noble. Before I could even bow to him or speak a word, he said, "So you're his son. You disappointed me. I had a little bet with myself that your mouth would fall open at the sight of me. But first, tell her to bring another glass and another beer. There's something you and I must drink to." I did as Noble told me and then knelt at the end of the table with the corner between us. But to change the subject, Nobu-san, am I to suppose that you have been coming here to Ichiriki night after night, but keeping yourself hidden from me by using this peculiar upstairs room? The door slid open and the maid placed the beer on the table. I must say, Nobu-san, there are a few things any of us can find to be cheerful about, but it would take me weeks even to begin imagining why you should wish to drink in honor of Madonna. It wasn't just the words themselves with their meaning, but the way he said them. At first, I've been determined not to cry, regardless of what he said, but soon it occurred to me that crying might be the very thing Nobu wanted of me. And then I did what Nobu demanded of me. I moved away from the table to make room, and I bowed low to the floor. I wet my lips, for I was far too confused and upset to be thirsty. I don't know if you remember him, but he was the guest of honor at the party on the Baron's estate years earlier, at which Noble and Dr. Crabbe was present. But I will think of you every time I need to be reminded that there is beauty and goodness in the world. But after gazing a moment at the snow still falling all around me, I looked at Nobu's deep footprints leading to the corner and had the feeling I knew just what was troubling me. It was Raya who made us laugh by saying that nothing was as bleak as the future except the past. At the time of her death, she was apparently reading a book to one of her young nephews on her father's estate in the Denon Chofu section of Tokyo, and I'm sure she probably felt as safe there as she had in Kyoto. When Mia survived, working in a small hospital in Fukuoka Prefecture as a nurse's assistant, but her maid Tatsumi was killed by a terrible bomb that fell on Nagasaki, and her dresser, Mr. Ichoda, died of a heart attack during an air raid drill. Mr. Beku, on the other hand, worked so did General Tottori, who lived in the Sayuri Inn until his death in the mid-1950s, and the Baron too. Though I'm sorry to say that in the early years of the Allied occupation, the Baron drowned himself in his splendid pond after his title, and many of his holdings were taken away. With her highly developed ability to benefit from other people's suffering, she fell so naturally into work in the gray market that it was as if she'd done it all along. She spent the war growing richer instead of poorer by buying and selling other people's heirlooms. Mr. Arashina probably hoped Mother would forego her profit and hold his kimono a few years until he could buy them back again, but she never seemed able to find them, or at least that was what she said. It looked like old dry leather, though I'm sure leather would probably have tasted better. But the bombers passed us over, not only that night, but every night. I don't think I'd ever been consciously aware of it, but since the very week she ran away, I carried a belief shrouded somewhere in the back of my mind that the courses of our lives would one day bring us together again. I thought perhaps she might send a letter to me in care of the Nita Okia, or else come back to Kyoto looking for me. And one afternoon, while I was taking little Jintaro for a walk along the river, picking out stones from the edge of the water and throwing them back in, it occurred to me that Satsu never would come back to Kyoto to find me. It also tears away from us all but the things that cannot be torn, so that afterward we see ourselves as we really are, and not merely as we might like to be. Mr. Arashino's daughter, for example, suffered the death of her husband during the war, and afterward put herself into two things, caring for her little boy and sewing parachutes for the soldiers. By the war's end, she clutched at that child as though he were the cliff's edge that kept her from falling to the rocks below. Because I lived through adversity once before, what I learned about myself was like a reminder of something I'd once known but had nearly forgotten. Namely, that beneath the elegant clothing and the accomplished dancing and the clever conversation, my life had no complexity at all. It was as simple as a stone falling toward the ground. My whole purpose in everything during the past 10 years had been to win the affections of the chairman. Day after day, I watched the swift water of the Kamo River shallows rushing below the workshop. Sometimes I threw a pedal into it or a piece of straw, knowing that it would be carried all the way to Osaka before washing out into the sea. But soon I began to have a troubling thought. The chairman might see it perhaps, though I doubted he would, but even if he did, and he leaned back in his chair to think of the hundred things the pedal might bring to him. I might not be one of them. He had often been kind to me, it was true, but he was a kind man. He never shown the least sign of recognizing that I had once been the girl he comforted, or that I cared for, or thought of him. One day I came to a realization more painful in some ways even than my sudden understanding that Sachs and I were unlikely to be reunited. I spent the previous night nursing a troubling thought, wondering for the first time what might happen if I reached the end of my life and still the chairman had never taken any special notice of me. It's the closest I've ever come to being killed. What an unbearable sorrow it would be to realize I never really tasted the things I'd eaten or seen the places I'd been because I thought of nothing but the chairman, even while my life was drifting away from me. By the spring of 1946, we'd all come to recognize that we would live through the ordeal of defeat. All the stories about invading American soldiers raping and killing us had turned out to be wrong, and in fact, we gradually came to realize that the Americans on the whole were remarkably kind. I had invaded in several days where we had no fuel to heat the water more than a few times each week. Weren't these the very American soldiers we've been taught to hate, who have bombed our cities with such horrifying weapons? Within a year after the surrender, Mr. Arashino had been encouraged to begin making kimono once again. I knew nothing about kimono except how to wear them, so I was given the task of spending my days in the basement of the workshop annex tending to the vats of dye as they boiled. This was a horrid job, probably because we couldn't afford any fuel but tartan, which is a kind of coal dust held together by tar. You cannot imagine the stench when it burns. Over time, Mr. Arashino's wife taught me how to gather the proper leaves, stems, and bark to make the dyes myself, which may sound like something of a promotion. My delicate dancer's hands, which I had once nurtured with the finest creams, now began to peel like the papery outside of an onion, and were stained all over the color of a bruise. I didn't realize quite how gruesome my hands looked until one night when the fire under the vats were burning so brightly we could see each other. The spiderwort is a flower whose juice is used for painting the silks before their masked with starch and then dyed. But if you've ever smelled the juice of a spiderwort, well, I was very glad at the end of the week to go back to boiling dyes once again. But every night when I went to bed, I thought of Guyan. So for the time being, she and Auntie remained on the little farm west of Kyoto where they had set up shop, while I continued to live and work with the Arashino family. I took a walk along Karamachi Avenue as far as Shijo and crossed the bridge from there into Guyan. Nearby was the bench where Pumpkin and I had sat with two bowls of noodles the night I asked for her help. When I was locked in, I wanted to be out. Now life had changed so much that finding myself locked out, I wanted to be inside again. He was sitting in the workshop with Mr. Arashino, holding an empty teacup as though he'd been there chatting for some time already. You never talk about anything but the beautiful trickling water or some such nonsense. Why can't you just tell me the things I want to know, such as when you're coming back to Guyana? I'm as eager to get back to Guyana as Nobusan is to have me there. If I say I want to see you back in Guyana, what I mean is I want you to pack your bags and go back to Guyana. But to a geisha, the fans we use in dance are like sacred objects. And this wasn't just an ordinary dancer's fan, but the very one my teacher had given me when I reached the level of shisho in the Inoue School of Dance. I wrapped the fan in a square of cotton and went back to present it to him. I did my best to explain why I wanted him to have it. I'm sure I was at least as puzzled to receive a rock as Noble must have been by the fan I'd given him. When I asked you for that piece of concrete back and replaced it with a jewel instead, the time would have come at last for me to become your Donna. He tells me he always sat across the table so he could stare at you. Maybe you saw him mentioned in the news magazines last month. He was just appointed to be a deputy minister of finance. It's a terrible time to be alive, Sayuri. By the time he finally agreed to cooperate, the war was almost over, and nothing we ever made for him, not one thing, was taken into battle. I'll do my best to persuade Mother, but truthfully, it isn't my decision. Don't expect me to become your Donna in a month. That's what I'm saying. But to tell the truth, Sayuri, I feel better about the future after seeing you again. Perhaps the recovery, just like my meeting you in the first place, is simply meant to be. During the final years of the war, I learned to stop wondering what was meant to be and what wasn't. I'd often said to the women in the neighborhood that I wasn't sure if I'd ever go back to Guyana, but the truth is, I'd always known I would. In these years away, I've learned to suspend all the water of my personality by turning it to ice, you might say. Only by stopping the natural flow of my thoughts in this way could I bear the waiting. Noble-san, I said, if it's important to make a good impression on Deputy Minister Sato, perhaps you should ask the chairman to be there when you entertain him. I'll be very disappointed if you're not back in Guyana by the end of the month. Noble rose to leave, for he had to be back in Osaka before nightfall. That very night, while the Arashino slept, I woke to Mother by the light of the tandon burning under the dye vats in the annex. The next day, I said a tearful farewell and went back to Diane, where Mother, Auntie, and I set about the task of putting things back in order. And her face was narrow like a grain of rice, so that I couldn't help thinking that one day she too would be thrown into the pot just as I had been, and would fluff up white and delicious to be consumed. The beautiful oval of her face was unchanged, but her neck looked sinewy and much too old for her. The theme can be the dance in the stream. She pretends to wade into deeper and deeper water, all the while raising her kimono to keep the hem dry, and the men finally see what they've been waiting for and begin to cheer and toast one another with sake. With all the American soldiers in Guyana these days, she went on, English will get you further than dance. Anyway, the Conroe Joe Theater has been turned into a Kia Beret. Still, I was shocked when I stepped into the entryway of a tea house later that afternoon and found, instead of the usual row of men's shoes at the base of the step, a confusion of army boots, each of which looked as big to me as Mother's little dog, Taku, had been. Inside the front entrance hall, the first thing I saw was an American man in his underwear squeezing himself beneath the shelf of an alcove while two geisha, both left, and tried to pull him out. He'd apparently lost his clothing in a drinking game and was trying to hide, but soon he let the woman draw him out by the arms and lead him back down the hall into a door. When at last I set out that evening, all of Gaia was blanketed in the beautiful snow, so powdery the slightest wind blew the roofs clean. It was easy to tell those who lived in Gaia before the war because they gave a little bow of courtesy as they passed, even when they didn't seem to recognize me. I've been starved for beauty over the past 5 years, and this was a room that would have astonished you with its loveliness. The walls were covered with a pale yellow silk whose texture gave it a kind of presence. It made me feel held by them just as an egg is held by its shell. As it turned out, this gave a chance to listen to Noble struggle to be pleasant. I got my first good look at the minister only after introducing myself and going to kneel at the table. I don't know how I managed to forget him because he had a very distinctive appearance. I had never seen anyone who had more trouble just lugging his face around. He kept his chin tucked against his breastbone as though he couldn't quite hold up his head, and he had a peculiar lower jaw that protruded so that his breath seemed to blow right up his nose. After he gave me a little nod and said his name, it was a long while before I heard any sound from him other than grunts, for a grunt seemed to be his way of responding to almost anything. But soon I began to think perhaps there was no such thing as the minister at his ease. If he'd been a volcano, he would have been smoking by this time, so we had no choice but to roll open the glass doors to the garden to let him vomit onto the snow there. You may be appalled at the thought of a man growing up into one of these exquisite decorative gardens, but the minister certainly wasn't the first. Noble and I did our best to keep the minister kneeling in the doorway with his head suspended over the snow, but despite our efforts, he soon tumbled out head first. I did my best to shove him to one side so he would at least end up in snow that hadn't yet been vomited upon, but the minister was as bulky as a thick piece of meat. Why, Nobu-san, I said, I didn't know how much fun your guest was going to be. You must take him out into the street and walk him around a bit to wake him up. And I suppose this was enough of a reprimand, for Nobu let out a sigh and stepped down into the garden in his stocking feet to begin the task of bringing the minister back to consciousness. When I returned to the room, Nobu and the minister were at the table again. Considering the minister's condition, I think we can assume he isn't having the best night of his life either. I'm sure he'll have a better time if we can make the atmosphere more festive somehow. To tell the truth, Noble-san, perhaps you should bring the chairman with you next time. You may wonder if I've been plotting all along to bring the evening to this moment. It's certainly true that in coming back to Guyana, I hope more than anything else to find a way of spending time with the chairman. If those sorts of moments would be the only pleasure life offered me, I'd be better off shutting out that one brilliant source of light to let my eyes begin to adjust to the darkness. I've considered bringing the chairman, Noble replied. The minister jerked in the mats as if someone had poked him, and then managed to pull himself up until he was sitting at the table. Noble was so disgusted at the sight of his clothing that he sent me out to bring a maid with a damp towel. The minister was having such a hard time he would have trudged right into the gate if Noble had taken him by the elbow to steer him. By the time we arrived, their translator was of no use to anyone because they made him drink so much. But the officer all recognized Mamiya. I was a bit surprised when they began humming and waving their arms, signaling to her that they wanted her to put on a dance. I expected we would sit quietly and watch her, but the moment she began, several of the officers went up and started prancing around alongside. If you told me it would happen, I might have felt a little uncertain beforehand, but see it, well, I burst out laughing and enjoyed myself more than I had in a long while. We ended up playing a game in which Mia and I took turns on the shamisen, while the American officers danced around the table. Whenever we stopped the music, they had to rush back to their places. 3 people can certainly be too few, she said after I told her about it, particularly if one of them is noble in a foul mood. I suggested he bring the chairman next time. The empty space there seemed to hold a terrible sadness within it. I blamed the terrible rivalry that Hosmer would have forced upon us. Now that so many years have passed, perhaps we might begin to mend our friendship. It turned out that in the letter, Pumpkin had pleaded to be taken back into Lokia when it reopened, saying she would never find a place for herself otherwise. I suppose in sections of Tokyo or Osaka, it might have been the most intact building in the neighborhood, but it stood out in the middle of Kyoto. I could scarcely see her in the dark hallway outside, but just knowing she was there made me feel such warmth. I rose from the table to go and embrace her. I felt very disappointed and went back to my place at the table. I don't mean to suggest Pumpkin had become a beauty to rival Hansumomo or anything of the sort, but her face had a certain womanliness that had never been there before. I congratulated her on her popularity and tried asking about her life since the war, but she remained so expressionless that I began to feel sorry I had come. I've stopped believing that anything in life is as simple as that, she said at last. Pumpkin gave a little bow, which I thought very enigmatic. I brought her a packet of tea as a gift, and then I untied it from its silk cloth and placed it on the table. In any case, as the weekend neared, I had to remind myself that Noble hadn't quite made up his mind that he would bring the chairman. On Saturday morning, I awakened early and slid back the paper screen over my window to find a cold rain falling against the glass. Any number of parties that evening were canceled because the streets were too hazardous, and at nightfall, Auntie telephoned the Ichiriki to be sure Iwamuro Electric's party was still on. So I bathed and dressed and walked over to the Ichiriki on the arm of Mr. Becker, who wore a pair of rubber overshoes he borrowed from his younger brother, a dresser in the Ponch Ocho district. I didn't really expect anyone to be there, considering that both Noble and the chairman would probably be traveling all the way from Osaka, and even when Mia had been out of town, I might very well have had trouble returning. With a terrible feeling of disappointment, I realized the room must be empty. I was about to stand and leave when I decided to slide open the door just in case, and when I did, there at the table, holding a magazine with both hands, sat the chairman, looking at me over the top of his reading glasses. The skin around his mouth too had begun to sag, though it seemed to me to give a strong draw a kind of dignity. I was about to start a conversation, but the chairman spoke first. I hadn't even begun to reply before the door slid open and Mia entered with Pumpkin right behind her. As for Mia, she evidently just returned from Nagoya and had rushed to the Ichiriki thinking she was terribly late. And then when I finally reached the Ichiriki a moment ago, there didn't seem to be anyone there. I hadn't really looked closely at Pumpkin until now, but she was wearing an extraordinary ash gray kimono, which was spotted below the waist with brilliant gold dots that turned out to be embroidered fireflies set against an image in mountains and water in the light of the moon. You won't believe what they expect me to pay them, but I'll never have the money, so it doesn't make any difference now, does it? I thought some big shot was going to be here tonight. Behind them was a maid carrying a tray with sake and snacks. Noble stood hugging himself with his one arm and stamping his feet, but the minister just clumped right past him to the table. The minister looked a bit surprised, which told me that these things must be true. I was afraid the minister would be angry, but instead his expression softened, so I began to see what I felt certain was a glimmer of pride. His words sounded very sincere, but I could see the barely concealed look of disgust on his face. Afterward, the chairman offered a bite to Amia and also to Pumpkin, who refused. It's a big, long story, and anyways, nobody's going to believe it. Back before the closing of Gaia, we used to play a game we called Big Liar, in which everyone had to tell two stories, only one of which was true. This happened way before the war, said Pumpkin. Way, way before the war. All right, Pumpkin, I said. So you believe the chairman's fish is a talking fish too? You have to listen to them both, Leah went on. He was a famous businessman who made a fortune before the war. I don't have to believe it. As for me, I heard both of these before and knew that the man in the well was the true one. Noah began to look positively angry when he heard this. I can't believe the story about the dog isn't true, she said after she finished the glass. Dogs don't turn blue. Once when I was a child, I was very upset one day, and I went to the banks of the Shirakawa stream and began to cry. As I began this story, I felt almost as though I was reaching across the table to touch the chairman on the hand. Just before continuing, I glanced up. Instead, he didn't seem to even to be paying attention. Pumpkin mumbled something too, but I couldn't understand her. I had been so preoccupied I didn't realize until this moment that neither of my stories was true. Both were partially true, but it didn't concern me very much in any case, because most people cheated while playing this game. It was true that Pumpkin was having trouble focusing her eyes. Several days ago, I opened my desk drawer and a little man jumped out wearing a uniform, began to sing and dance. You don't expect me to believe a man jumped out of your drawer, Pumpkin said. When Pumpkin heard the words penalty glass, she must have assumed she'd done something wrong because the next thing we knew, she drank half a glass full of sake and she wasn't looking well. And we're going to take a little break. All through that winter and the following spring, Noble went on bringing the minister to Guyana once or even twice every week. We finally decided to put on a dance, more for our own benefit than for theirs. It wasn't our first choice as a way to pass the time, but we couldn't think of anything better. We greeted him and waited while he took a seat at the table. The story behind Cruel Rain is of a young woman who feels deeply moved when her lover takes off his kimono jacket to cover her during a rainstorm, because she knows him to be an enchanted spirit whose body will melt away if he becomes wet. My teachers had often complimented me on the way I expressed the woman's feelings of sorrow. During this section, when I had to sink slowly to my knees, I rarely allowed my legs to tremble as most dancers did. I remember thinking that I was dancing to express not the pain of a young woman who has lost her supernatural lover, but the pain I myself would feel when my love was finally robbed of the one thing I cared most deeply about. I found myself thinking to Osatsu. I danced the bitterness of our internal separation. By the end, I felt almost overcome with grief, but I certainly was prepared for what I saw when I turned to look at the chairman. He was sitting at this near corner of the table so that, as it happened, no one but me could see him. He looked toward the door, pretending to scratch the side of his nose so he could wipe a finger in the corner of his eye, and he smoothed his eyebrows as though they were the source of his trouble. I made my way back to the table, and Mamiya and Noble began to talk. Mamiya went back to talking. I saw the chairman glance at his wristwatch, and then, with his voice still unsteady, he said, "Mamiya, you have to excuse me." Noble said something funny just as the chairman was sliding the door shut, and everyone laughed. But I was thinking a thought that frightened me. Certainly, I had upset myself doing it, but I'd upset the chairman too. Was it possible he'd been thinking of Pumpkin, who, after all, was absent? I couldn't imagine him on the brink of tears over Pumpkin's illness or any such thing, but perhaps I stirred up some darker, more complicated feelings. All I knew was that when my dance ended, the chairman, I couldn't hardly bring myself to believe it. But on the other hand, many believed the country itself would one day rise again, and we all knew such a thing could never happen if we resigned ourselves to living forever in the rubble. Beginning that march and running all through the spring, Mamiya and I were busy with dances of the old capital, which was being staged again for the first time since Guyana had closed in the final years of the war. I had an engagement booked weeks before that I couldn't easily miss, so by the time I finally stood open the door to join the party, I was half an hour late. To my surprise, instead of the usual group around the table, I found only Noble and the minister. The minister was startled and gave a little bow of apology before coming to take his place on a cushion I set out for him. Usually I had difficulty thinking of anything to say to him, but tonight my task was easier since I hadn't seen him in so long. You haven't been to see me in more than a month. I did my best to keep them company while they ate, which is to say, I tried for a while to get Noble to talk, but he wasn't in a talking mood. And then I tried to get the minister to talk, but of course it would have been easy to get a word or two out of the grilled minnow on his plate. So at length I gave up and just chattered away about whatever I wanted until I began to feel like an old lady talking to her two dogs. Noble didn't drink much, but the minister held his cup out gratefully every time. Just as the minister was beginning to take on that glassy-eyed look, Noble, like a man who has just woken up, suddenly put his own cup firmly on the table, wiped his mouth with his napkin, and said, all right, minister, that's enough for one evening. It's time for you to be heading home." Taxis were still uncommon because of gasoline rationing, but the maid summoned a rickshaw and I helped the minister into it. I found him in the room, tapping his empty sake cup on the table with one hand. I thought he wanted sake, but he ignored me when I asked, and the bottle turned out to be empty in any case. The bad facts are best avoided. Every time you open your mouth, you get into worse trouble. He wore a little smile when he took the glass from me, certainly the first smile I'd seen on him all evening, and very carefully poured twice as much scotch as I poured in his, topped by a splash of water. I took his glass from him and dumped its contents into a bowl in the center of the table, and then refilled it with the same amount of scotch he put into mine, plus an extra little shot as punishment. I suppose making these faces was all for the best, because afterward Noble looked much less grumpy. I was beginning to forget about him, and now you reminded me. He put it on the table and afterward rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand as if he were trying to clear them. But the minister had helped us immeasurably, and I had no choice. He deserves to be called any name I can think of. It doesn't make me like him any better to know I'm in his debt. So I was to be given to the minister because he could never have afforded to be a Donna anyway. I led him to believe it were moral that you'll be willing to pay, and of course, we wouldn't have been. And yet I couldn't help but laugh because I had a sudden image in my mind of the minister as Madonna, leaning in closer and closer to me with his lower jaw sticking out until suddenly his breath blew up my nose. I'm sorry, but to picture the minister, it's bad enough to have sat there beside him talking with the mistress of the Itchy Ricky. But Noble raised his glass, and I had no choice but to drink with him. Afterward, he wiped his mouth with his napkin and said, "It's a terrible time to be alive, so you're right." I hope you're listening because I'm only going to say it once. I'm having trouble explaining myself. After he found out he wasn't going to be your Donna, he sat there a long while like a pile of dirt and then finally said, "I thought you told me I could be Sayuri's Donna." "We did the best we could, Minister, and it didn't work out," I told him. "For you to be Sayuri's Donna just once." Noble-san, I hope the minister didn't take this too badly, considering all he's done for Iwamura Electric. But that doesn't mean I have to give up what I've waited more than 10 years for and let him have it instead. I couldn't understand how the evening had taken this dangerous turn, but it was perfectly clear to me I could give only one answer. I was desperate to fetch a cloth from Noble's hand. His blood had trickled onto the table already, but he was looking at me with such intensity I didn't dare to move. I tried to begin a conversation, but he showed no interest. This time he went and brought back that rock. And, oh, it will be the end of my life if I do. And have him tell Nobu-san I won't be there. Why is Nobu-san waiting for you to bring him a rock? If he's waiting for you, you have to go, she said to me, and led me by the arm back into my room, where she dried my face with a cloth and touched up my makeup by the light of an electric lantern. I made my way back to the Ichiriki house, holding the heavy rock in both my hands. But by the time I joined Noble in the room again, I felt I used up all the energy I had. I set the rock on the table. That very night, while I lay on my futon with the room swaying around me, I made up my mind to be like the fisherman who, hour after hour, scoops out fish with his net. But then something always went wrong. Sometimes when I was free for a while from thinking about the chairman, I began to feel as if a pit had opened up within me. But the weeks dragged on without a word. It told that Aero Electric's designation had been changed for the Airline Occupation Authorities from, I don't remember, a class something to a class something else. When I finished, I looked up at Mother, kneeling on the other side of the table. I went on gazing down the table just like a proper daughter. The boat ride alone would take all day. It seemed that several American officers on the island of Okinawa traveled by air to Osaka several weekends a month. We were going to Amami only because the empty airplane was available. Otherwise, we'd probably have been on our way to a hot springs resort and not fearing for our lives at all. When Friday morning came, we set for Osaka by train. Mostly she stared out the window of the train, but every so often she opened the clasp of her orange and red handbag to take out a piece of candy and looked at us as if she couldn't see why we had to trouble her with our presence. From Osaka Station, we traveled to the airport in a little bus, not much larger than a car, which ran on coal and was very dirty. The men were on board already, sitting in seats at the rear and talking business. As it turned out, Shizu was the longtime mistress of the bank director, and this man was their son. Soon I heard a coughing noise and the airplane trembled, and when I looked out the window, the giant propeller outside had begun to turn. The noise of the engines grew worse, and the airplane began to bump along, turning here and there. And after another few moments, we heard a thump and began to rise up into the air. When I heard this, I'm afraid my eyes glazed over with tears, and everyone began to laugh at me. I don't think Nobu-san has ever asked me such a thing before, I said. Just before opening the door, he glanced back toward where the other men were seated. What would Nobu have done if he had been the one to find me that day at the Shirakawa stream? I couldn't bear for Nobu to see me this way, so I laid my head against the window, pretending to be asleep. We had fought a brutal war as enemies, and now what? And then a frightening image came to mind. I saw myself cutting the bond of fate that held me to Nobu and watching him fall all the long way into the ocean below. Of course, I wasn't really going to throw Noble into the ocean, but I did have an understanding, just as clearly as if a window had been thrown open in my mind, of the one thing I could do to end my relationship with him forever. And yet I could cause him to be consumed by the flames of his own anger. But could I bear to live a life in which my hopes have been extinguished forever? I could never have imagined myself scheming in this way, but in time I began to imagine the steps involved, just like in a board game. You can imagine how exhausted I felt by the end of the trip. When the luggage was in order, we were all of us quite ready for a bath. The inn had provided folding screens which we opened in the middle of the rooms for privacy. But once we were immersed in the dark water of the springs and moved out beyond the partition's edge, the men and women were together in the water. The bank director kept making jokes about Mamiya and me, saying he wanted one of us to fetch a certain pebble or twig or something of the sort from the woods at the edge of the springs. The joke being, of course, that he wanted to see us naked. Perhaps it seems odd to you that we all bathed together, men and women, and that we planned to sleep in the same room later that night. But actually, geisha do this sort of thing all the time with their best customers, or at least they did in my day. But to bathe innocently in a group like this with the murky water clothing us, that's quite another matter. But that doesn't mean a hand never strayed where it shouldn't, and this thought was very much in my mind as I soaked there in the hot springs. If Nobu had been the sort of man to tease, he might have drifted over toward me, and then after we chatted for a time, he might suddenly have grabbed me by the hip or, well, almost anywhere to tell the truth. The proper next step would be for me to scream and Nobu to laugh, and that would be the end of it. He'd been immersed in the bath for a time in conversation with the chairman, but now he was sitting on a rock with only his legs in the water and a small wet towel draped across his hips. He wasn't paying attention to the rest of us, but rubbing at the stump of his arm absent-mindedly and peering into the water. The sun had set by now and the light faded almost to evening, but Nobu sat in the brightness of a paper lantern. And now to think that I was considering betraying him. I couldn't bear the thought of hurting Nobu or of destroying his regard for me. After breakfast the following morning, we all took a walk through the tropical forest to the sea cliffs nearby, where the stream from our inn poured over a picturesque little waterfall into the ocean. Afterward, we toured the island in the back of a military truck fitted with benches and saw bananas and pineapples growing on the trees and beautiful birds. We ended up walking around to the back, where Nobu climbed stone steps to open a door at the corner of the building, and the sunlight fell across a dusty stage built out of planking. But after the door banged shut and we made our way to the street again, I began to feel that same feeling of a fever breaking, because in my mind I had an image of myself lying there on the rutted floor with the minister as the door creaked open and sunlight fell across us. But Noble came walking back to ask if I was all right. The others had walked around the bend again. I wanted to reply to him, but I found myself consumed with the same thoughts that had troubled me on the airplane. The Noble didn't understand me at all. I would betray Noble, even though he stood there looking at me with kindness. I tucked away my handkerchief with trembling hands, and we continued up the hill, not speaking a word. By the time I reached the room, the chairman and Mamiya had already taken seats at the table to begin a game of Go against the bank director, with Shizu and her son looking on. I was desperately afraid Noble would engage me in a conversation I'd be unable to escape, but in fact, he went directly over to the table and began talking with Mamiya. For a time, I knelt, gazing out at the sunlit leaves and wishing I could appreciate the beautiful tropical afternoon. I kept asking myself whether I was fully sane to be considering this plan, but whatever misgivings I may have felt, they weren't enough to stop me from going ahead with it. Earlier, he'd asked me to help to bring him a snack, and now he was sitting with his legs around a tray, pouring beer into his mouth and dropping in globs of salted squid guts with his chopsticks. By now, Mamiya and Noble had wandered out the back door in conversation, and others, including Pumpkin, were gathered around the go board on the table. I went back toward the room. Pumpkin was no longer at the table. I'll explain some other time, but here's what I want you to do. I want you to bring over there, and Pumpkin, this will sound very strange. I want you to find somewhere, bring in Nobu there, and open the back door we saw earlier so that they'll see us. But it's terribly important, Pumpkin. As we walked around the bend of the road and left the inn behind us, I couldn't help remember the day when Mia had cut me on the leg and taken me to meet Dr. Crab. All the while, I kept up a flow of conversation until a few minutes later, we came to a stop before the old theater with its thatched roof. He didn't seem to know what to make of this, but when I walked down the path beside the building, he plodded along behind me. But the minister just stood inside the theater in the patch of summer like a man waiting for a bus. My hands were trembling so much as I folded my fan and tucked it into my obi again. I wasn't at all certain I could see my plan through to the end. A very important man, much like you, Minister, met Kazuyo one evening and enjoyed her company so much that he came back to Diane every night to see her. After a few months of this, he asked to be Kazuyo's Donna, but the mistress of the tea house apologized and said it wouldn't be possible. At once my heart began to pound like drums in my ears. Slowly, he brought his body toward mine until we pressed together. When I dressed that morning, I still hadn't quite made up my mind, but in order to be prepared, I very deliberately put on a gray underrobe. I didn't much like thinking it might be stained before the end of the day, and a lavender and blue kimono cigars, as well as durable silver obi. As for my undergarments, I shortened my kochimaki, my hip wrap, but rolled it at the waist so that if I decided after all to seduce the minister, he'd have no trouble finding his way inside it. My hair was turned to the side as well because I was wearing my hair in a style known as the Bushi Shimada, with a dramatic chignon looped in the back, which would have been ruined if I put any weight on it. Suddenly, I wondered if I'd been thinking it all clearly when I put myself in this predicament. Without thinking about what I was doing, I brought my hands up to his shoulders to push him away, but then I imagined Nobu as Madonna, and the life I would live without hope, and I took my hands away and settled them into the mat again. Perhaps it would open even now, before the minister had gone even further, but at that moment I heard the jingling of his belt and then the zip of his pants, and a moment later he was forcing himself inside me. Somehow I felt like a 15-year-old girl again because the feeling was so strangely reminiscent of Dr. Crab. And even this wasn't the worst part, for with his jaw jutted forward, the minister's lower lip became like a cup in which his saliva began to pool. When I dressed that morning, I tucked several sheets of very absorbent rice paper to the back of my obi. With so much of his weight on my hips, however, I couldn't get my hand into the back of my obi. I felt as sick as if I had been lying in the bottom of a little
May I have your attention, please? The
tossed
time now is
about on the
7:45,
waves.
and the Petersburg
And with
Public
my head
Library will be closing in 15 minutes.
and with
Please
my
make your
head
final
banging
selections
again
and bring
and
to the
again.
customer service desk for checkout. Thank you to the Petersburg Public Library. I repeat, we are closing in 15 minutes. I repeat, we are closing in 15 minutes.
I felt as sick as if I had been lying in the bottom of a little boat, tossed about on the waves, and with my head banging again and again against the side. He raised his head and pointed toward the door with only the mildest interest, as if he expected to see a bird there. But the man peering down from beside her wasn't Noble at all. I had no notion of why she had done it, but Pumpkin had brought the chairman instead. I can scarcely remember anything after that door opened, for I think the blood may have drained out of me. I went so cold and numb. I do remember weeping and asked if he'd seen the same thing I had, but it had really been the chairman standing there in the doorway. In the instant before that door opened, I could almost sense my life expanding, just like a river whose waters had begun to swell, for I had never before taken such a drastic step to change the course of my own future. I don't recall anything about leaving the theater, but I must have done it somehow. Fortunately, Mia seemed willing to believe I was truly ill and left me there. Later, as I wandered back toward the room in a daze and with a terrible feeling of dread, I saw Pumpkin step out into the covered walkway ahead of me. Pumpkin, I said, I asked you to bring Noble, not the chairman. But that was a long time ago. Why did you have to bring the chairman? She was so angry she had bitten her lip. I could see a smudge of lipstick on her teeth. Her nostrils were flared, her face consumed with anger like a burning twig. Could it really be that the stream of my life had divided forever? I removed the chairman's handkerchief from my sleeve, for I had taken it to bed that evening to comfort myself one last time. I had no choice but to put on my makeup as usual and attend engagement at the tea house just as though nothing had changed in the world. A certain persimmon-colored underwear, for example, always brought out the blue in my eyes rather than the gray, no matter how exhausted I felt. I knelt at one end of the table so that Noble would sit facing the alcove. I was careful to position myself so he could pour sake using his one arm. Without the table in his way, he would certainly want to pour a cup for me after telling me the arrangements had been finalized. He'd had holes in both of his socks, I remembered. Through one, a slender big toe had protruded, with the nail neatly grown. Could it really be that only 5.5 years had passed since that evening? Was this the life I'd come back to dying to lead? It was just what Mia had once told me. We don't become geisha because we want our lives to be happy. We become geisha because we have no choice. After 10 or 15 minutes of waiting for Noble, I began to wonder if he was really coming. I knew I shouldn't do it, but I laid my head down on the table to rest, where I slept poorly these past nights. I knew it was the chairman's hand because when I lifted my head from the table to see who had touched me, he was there. The chairman was seating himself on the very cushion where I expected Noble to sit, and Noble was nowhere to be seen. While the maid placed sake on the table, an awful thought began to take hold of my mind. She stopped his hand before he took a sip from his cup and leaned toward him to breathe in the scent of the vapors. We opened some this afternoon, the best we've had in years. I was alarmed to hear this, but I kept my eyes to
May I
the
have your
table.
attention, please?
I could see that the mistress was surprised too, because of how quickly she changed the subject.
Please make your final selections
The
and bring them
chairman
to the
put
customer service
onto the
desk for
table a little
checkout.
bundle wrapped
I
in blue
repeat,
silk.
the
I had
time is
noticed it
now
in his hand when he
7:51,
entered the room.
and the
He
Petersburg Public
untied it and
Library
took
will be
out a
closing
short,
in 9
fat
minutes.
scroll,
Thank you
which
for
he
using the
began to
Petersburg Public
unroll.
Library.
It was crafted with age and showed in miniature brilliantly colored scenes of the imperial court. The image of the young woman, though no bigger than a large corn, was painted in exquisite detail. If the chairman hadn't come to give me news about Noble, he'd come for some other reason, probably to berate me for what I'd done. In any case, one day, quite some years ago, 18 years ago to be exact, I went there for lunch with several of my associates. We happened to finish up our lunch a bit early, so I suggested we take a stroll by the Chiricahua stream on our way to the theater. By this time, I removed the chairman's napkin from my obi and now silently spread it onto the table and smoothed it so that his monogram was clearly visible. Over the years, the handkerchief had taken on a stain in one corner. The linen had yellowed, but the chairman seemed to recognize it at once. Particularly when your eyes are wet from crying because they become Now that I understood her real motive, that I had come under her tutelage because of the chairman, well, I felt I would have to look back at all the comments she ever made to me and wonder about the real meaning behind them. And it wasn't just Mia who suddenly been transformed in my eyes. Even I seemed to myself to be a different woman. I felt exhilarated and frightened and grateful all at once. So I moved away from the table to bow and express my gratitude to him. But before I could even do it, I had to say, Chairman, forgive me, but I so wish that at some time years ago you could have told me about all of this. Sometimes when we had difficulty with the installation, we asked to borrow him for a day, and he straightened everything out for us. Now I've been thinking, he went on, that perhaps your encounter with the minister was like Ikeda quitting his job. She said you'd asked her to bring Noble. Chairman, please, I began to say, I made such a terrible mistake. I couldn't think of what to do or say, so with trembling hands, I picked up the bowl to pour my sake for the chairman.
May I have your attention, please? The time is now 7:55, and the Petersburg Public Library will be closing in 5 minutes. Please make your way to the nearest exit. I repeat, the time is now 7:55,
But when
and the
Edinburgh
Petersburg
Electric was
Public
still
Library
quite
will be
young,
closing
we
in
had
5
a
minutes.
terrible
Thank you.
problem with cash flow and very nearly went out of business. I think I'm going to stop right there. So we are in the midst of chapter 34. And so the next part is going to be our last part. So we are in the midst of a lot of changes, moving from one city to the next, still going through trial, trying to bridge the gap between two different types of communities. Don't know if it's going to happen. Believe it can. So we are experiencing some changes, and looking at this college to be like a keeper of, where we're kind of starting with, with regards to broadcasting. So that's still in the works. So not knowing if that's going to be, haven't finalized that at this point. So we'll keep you updated with what's going on. And this has been a Late Late Show with BT. Bye.